Hello? Hello, hello. Yeah, it's working. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hopefully the connection is doing okay. Stream is ending. Oh, yeah. Should probably, do the starting thing instead. Oh, yeah, give me a moment. Sorry, sort of literally cutting to the very edge last minute here. Quite literally, as it hit 7 p.m. my time, I was doing the very last. I just finished getting the last of my footage that I needed for the next lore video. So, just glad exploration gameplay was finally in. Yes, it is. It's been in for a very long time, just like the Banu Merchantman. That reminds me, I need to pull that up too. Watch that video. Is everything up now and working? Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. Music time. Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Ooh, Whack is streaming. That's nice. How y'all doing? Put that off. Close this down. Hopefully, is everything good on my end? It looks good. I just want to make sure. Hey, Shemp. Am concerned. The thing is I'm literally exporting right now. So I want to make sure that I'm not like super choppy. Looks okay. Yeah, it looks okay. So we should be fine. It's been stuck at 42 seconds remaining for export for a few minutes now. Hey, Demonic, how you doing? Mr. Drunken Irish and Demonic Bigfoot, how y'all doing? So I've literally had my head stuck in video editing all day. So I haven't really, I barely recognized that there was a monthly report.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit?
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Never.
Trip _ just
Ever.
resubscribed for 28 months. 07 looking forward to EXP repleration tonight.
Demonic Bigfoot, thank you very much for becoming a member. You are a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock shots and cheers in chat. And of course, thank you for that 28 months of support there, Shinobi. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This your fault. There's drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So, like, knowledge usually shit posts about exploration gameplay. Is there some fucking post I'm missing? Did you say something stupid again? Oh, is it because they called the ASP thing exploration? mean, I understood what they're talking about. What they're saying is that it's not scripted. Like you have to hit a certain number of things. The problem is that typically when you do something like that, you let the players find it. You don't test it like they do. Gears are turning on how it's actually in. Must defend. I'm not gonna defend that shit, dude. Now, do you really have such a low opinion of me to think that I'll do everything I can to defend CIG's stupid statements? I know what I mean. It's stupid because the average person in Star Citizen who follows Star Citizen is going to take everything CIG says literally. CIG should know better than that.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Klepter_ just resubscribed for 24 months. Whoa, almost a whole year. Can you believe it? Also, I hope you're enjoying the first kidless week.
Thanks for that 24 months of support. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. Using shot. Cheers, chat. Y'all shot. Some cheers. 24 months. Damn. I am sort of enjoying it. I'm using it as a means to try to get into better habits. So like, I try to always get up early to walk and do some exercising. Just in general, but
you can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
never, ever
take away my space game.
I have no idea what JS is. Oh, Jump Ship. Yes, I have. We're gonna play it on Friday.
Silky68 just resubscribed for 53 months. I'm back on the East Coast.
Welcome back to the East Coast there, Silky. Thank you so much for bringing us. You are a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very meat pedestrian. 53 months. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, Liberty. Oop, that's hit. If you want to see me looking at a progress bar. Yeah, I've tried Jump Ship. I actually got a recording of it. I'm going to do some more on Friday. So if anybody who has it wants to play with me, feel free. I know Loken is going to be like knee deep in Dune Awakening. I don't have the early access stuff. I can't swing that right now. So I will be joining everybody on Tuesday when it comes out, actually. Yeah. Hey, Del. Demo's great. I've only been able to play the one mission they have, the salvage mission. I don't know if there's more. I think there's maybe one other one, but it's fun. It has the bones of a great game. And it's my favorite genre of game, which is 4 idiots save the universe. There's freighter attack too. Okay, yeah. Ha. 2 days ago, Twitch told me my path to affiliate was complete. Twitch. Hey, Sally, how you doing? Hey, I'm an idiot. I mean, if you take literally everything that CIG says as like literal word, then yeah. Like minus the context of what CIG says it in. Though, in all honesty, CIG does need to start remembering how to fucking talk to people because they should know that their words are going to be taken A, out of context, and B, taken quite literally, which is going to get people who already are upset even more upset. There's a certain degree where you're just not going to stop people from getting mad. There's going to be people like Knowledge who CIG says up is up and find some way of making it sound like CIG is like telling you to kill your children. But like at the end of the day, I don't know. Seems like whole lot of nothing to me. Is there pizza you can eat? I know there's beer in Jump Ship. Nice. Hey, Luna. Yeah, we're gonna watch ISC. It's in the ship? Okay, I have to find it. 488 Save the World for $4 and or a sandwich. Yeah, I love that genre. It's my favorite genre. It costs 15 materia. Yeah, that's a bargain. It's a bargain. Blow up a robot ship, turn the robot into pizza. Mwah, perfect. No notes. So for those of you who don't know, I've been following Jump Ship's development for years, since it was called Hyperspace something. I can't remember. It was like Pirate Haven or some shit like that. And I just remember it being called Hyperspace because it's been in development for 4 years. And I've been following it for the last 2. And I always noticed they mention a lot of pizza in their reports. It's like, I mean, they're game devs. That's what I assumed. But like recently they talked about like, you know, in their content creator like application, they said, "Are you? Do you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza?" And so I just responded with that. Wait, there's pizza in the game? Did CIG ever specify whether they were going to put to not put turrets and blades into 4.2 or just that one build? I believe it was in one PTU. I didn't. Someone told me like CIG has said that bomb racks are in 4.2 as well in PTU. I don't know if that's the case or not. What's my take on pineapple? I am a radicalist. I don't care what you put on your pizza. Pizza is pizza. You haven't watched it yet? So apparently everyone's mad because CIG said that that the like Stormbreaker is exploration gameplay. Let people eat what they want to eat. Yeah. Have I had pineapple pizza? Yes. Did I like it? It's not bad. Do I order pineapple pizza? No. It's not my bag. But if you have pineapple pizza, I'll eat it. As exploration, if you didn't know it in advance, especially new to the game, I get what I get what they were trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's like that's not what people wanted with exploration. And this is something that's I was thinking about because I went through a bunch of CIG's alpha 3. Whatever, you know, the playable now or whatever shit they said that everyone gets pissed off about, those trailers. I went through a bunch of those trailers. And I realized there's a ton of shit that CIG has released, which just doesn't exist in the game anymore. Like the main point of many of the patches of the 3.x series just gone, and likely will never return. So it makes a good point if people are like, okay, well, mad about Stormbreakers. Like, we don't know how long Stormbreaker is going to be in the game. Stormbreaker could be taken out in 4.4. Why? Because CIG wants to. So the Orison platform missions, gone. As far as I know, most of the complicated wreck missions, you know, the ones that had like booby traps and stuff like that, gone.
Tuck, super chatted $5. In Fundum news, the names Sam Houston and Chuck Norris have been secured for the Texas Space Navy and applied to Idris.
In Fundum news, that the names for Sam Houston and Chuck Norris have been secured for Texas Space Navy and applied to the Idris. Nice, Chucker. Nice. Very appropriate. Did you get Bowie? Or Austin? There's like I'm trying to think of this. There's a couple other things. Oh, the reclaimer missions gone. Like, has anyone checked the Daymar 8600 crash? Is that still in the game? Like, it is Whistler's Crypt. Okay. I swear, like, yeah, the Wake of Disaster gone. Like, that's like one of the last 2 years of content that they released that's still in the game. Everything else has been fucking taken out. No, it's not. As far as I know, the Microtech Reclaimer still isn't in. The Black Kite mission? No. Retrieval missions, I think, are out as well. Is the PI Wanted mission gone too? Damn. No, the larger platforms are gone. Those missions are gone. The ones that were like little versions of, tiny versions of the of Siege of Orison, they're gone. Yeah, the 890 jump mission's back. But like the 890 jump mission was made 7 years ago. Yeah, the Price of Freedom mission's gone too. This discussion made me sad. Let's move on. Sorry, it's just one of those things where, because I was looking through their playable now teaser trailers, because they actually have some pretty good footage in there that I use for lore videos. And I was like, wait, I saw like the Caterpillar crash mission, and I was like, wait, is that even in the game still? And then like I went through a bunch of other ones. I'm like, no, the platform missions aren't there. The reclaimer missions are gone. Like, Jesus fuck, CIG has just gutted most of their content from the game. Yeah, Twitch Pacheco. So like those would be great missions to still have around for that sort of exploration gameplay that CIG is discussing. The idea of being able to stumble upon stuff. But like, is Bennyhenge even still there? Or did they take that out too? The missions were hit and miss anyway. They're not properly working. Yeah, but they were content. Like, the Hathor sites don't work half the time. Does that mean that CIG is just going to remove them when they hit 1.0? So Bennyhenge is still there. Okay, that's good. Wasn't in the Wake of Disaster a mission or event. It was a mission. Why would they remove Bennyhenge, which is a static location? So were the Reclaimers and the the caterpillar missions that had like the booby traps on them. So was the Orison platforms. They were all static locations, but they removed them. Like, I get the impulse, but like, you can't say, oh, this is our sort of like the way we want to do natural, non-guided gameplay, the sandbox activity, as they keep saying it, and then look back and see all of the sandbox activities or missions that were sort of generally linked to sandbox activities are now just fucking gone. And now blame Seed Eddie. So yeah, I think CIG should get shit for the right reason, not because they said something stupid like exploration gameplay. That reminds me of people getting mad because Paul Jones said that the Odyssey was the Carrack killer, and everyone got in their panties in a wad about it. Like, goddamn, man. You take your jock straps, pull the jock strap out of your ass, for a little bit. Speaking of said controversy, let's watch this Inside Star Citizen. The rare event now to watch an Inside Star Citizen, since there's like one a month now. That's true. Bounty missions are back, and hauling works a lot better than it used to. That is, I'll give you that. But those are just like normal gameplay missions.
Stormbreaker is all about taking the next step in exploration gameplay. Making exploration work in Star Citizen actually requires you to go out and build locations that players want to visit. That's what we're doing now.
We were trying to push our FPS combat existing in-game and actually get players to feel like they're actually fighting for something.
Stormbreaker is different because you don't go into your contract manager to look for what to do. You just go off, fly down to a planet, and you start exploring.
We wanted to lead players from place to place and make them question what they're seeing.
So I want to be clear here. Stormbreaker isn't an event, and it's not a mission. It is a sandbox activity. It will be persistent, it will keep happening. Every single patch you can come back and you can run this over and over and over again, just like you can the Align and Mine sandbox activity.
Elliot, no one will fucking run it if you don't give them an incentive to do so. There's no incentive to do, there's no real incentive to do Align and Mine anymore. At the Hathor missions, the Hathor sites, but so people won't do them because you keep changing the incentives to be whatever the next new hotness is. Now, will someone like me do these sorts of the ASD stuff after it's done? Probably, because I like big stompy mechs and I want to try to collect them. So I'll just steal them and put them on my ship from those missions. But like, when you remove all of the rewards for collecting all the rare shit, what's going to be left? Because they even say later in the video that it's connected to like the regen crisis stuff. Like, y'all just took away, and then they put it back, by the way, but they took away the fucking script for favors without making script valuable for anything else. It's like you deserve shit for that. That's a stupid fucking move, because script has been out for 3 fucking weeks and then you make it like useless. What the fuck? Who's thinking in this fucking game company? Jesus Christ.
It's not an event.
This is a continuation of the regen crisis storyline. In 4.1, we saw how Rayari was trying to tackle the regen crisis.
In 4.2, we're starting to see what ASD, a faction called Associated Science and Development, is doing to address the regen crisis.
I love this
ASD
animation.
is probably best publicly known for their weapons research division, which has released some high-tech weaponry that's already available to put on your ship. But they have many other research departments, and they're doing their part to help out with the current regen crisis and the Second Life initiative. They're diving into trying to fix the problem with imprints and regen. So it'll be interesting to see what solutions they propose. Now, over the years, ASD has gained a little bit of a reputation for maybe pushing things a tad too far. One of their weapons was known for the particularly gruesome effect it had on people it was targeted on, which gained them a bit of a reputation across the Empire for maybe pushing science a little bit farther than they should.
Stormbreaker will start with these data facilities that you will find on Pyro 4.
This is where ASD is storing a lot of their data. So you'll find a bunch of servers, and this is actively being guarded by security forces, which means you gotta land your ship somewhere where it's safe and then make your way down on foot.
ASD does not want you there. They will be quite upset that you're trespassing.
So if you wanna explore the facility, you'll have to fight your way in. You'll find quite a few places in the facility that aren't that easy to get into.
As you explore as a player, you will encounter a new type of door access, the Lotus Scanner. You will need to kill the enemies in the area to try to pass as one of them wearing their outfit. It is just a simple door, but with this new mechanic, you can feel like Indiana dressing as the enemies and go inside the enemy lines.
Access granted.
As you explore deeper into the facility, if you pay attention to your environment, you'll notice a number of different places and rooms that require a bit of extra effort to get into.
I like
There will be unique loot, and the more of the facility guards you relieve of the ability to go home and say goodnight to their children, you will slowly find the first piece of the puzzle that you'll need to finish this entire loop.
I saw that AC Vertigo said, are we the baddies? I'm like, maybe, but also ASD is Wayland Yutani. They're not exactly, like, if you're working for the baddies, don't expect to live in Pyro of all places.
So if you discover...
This video is hilarious, man. The experience they're describing is not at all what the experience it actually is. Yeah, this experience that is actually one group shows up in an Idris and basically fucks anyone who tries to do anything, and then tries to get the mission to work. And when the mission finally gets to work, it half works and then breaks, and you can't actually progress. And if you're lucky, you get the stuff and you move on, but it's just brute force, head smash against the wall sort of thing.
The secrets that we've hidden, and you've taken care in the environment, you've found the information, you've read through the information, you've listened to the information, you might find that your journey takes you to Pyro 1.
Once you arrive at
CZ's Exec Hangar, Hathor, now SB, are all adding more tech debt. None of it works for long. It feels like they're trying to get us distracted. Why they dragged Squadron 42 over the finish line? No. This is what they said specifically they were going to be doing this year, was add more content like this, like stuff that they could do with what they had while they fix the back end. It's not really a distraction as much as they're testing it out. They've talked about a lot of what this year is getting tech debt off the back end. One of the big things was the mission system sucked ass, and now they're finally working on the mission system. So a lot of these are just testing new ways of doing the mission system. I've said this before and I'll say it again. This year is effectively CIG learning how to make the game they want to make. They have an idea of what they want to make, but actually an idea and actual gameplay are two separate things. So what they're doing is, if you've noticed, pretty much all of the major aspects, all of the major additions, other than the executive hangars and the CZs, which are the same thing, are reskins. So the Hathor mission sites were all designed for theaters of war. So they just took what they had from the Hathor, like, art palette, the assets they had from theaters of war for Hathor, and made up a mission set for even the orbital laser, and made up something to do with those assets to do a sort of event in game. ASD is just the Good Doctor map. It's just the Good Doctor Arena Commander map that's been transported into the PU. That's all it is. Reskinned in PU. Both of the sites are the same thing. They're experimenting with the guinea pigs. Yeah. And the year 12 golds, learn how to make the game. Yeah. I mean, Joel, there are two ways of doing this. Accept that CIG is still learning how to make the game, or be mad about it. CIG is going to still learn how to make the game past 1.0.
Pyro 1, there's one thing you'll immediately notice. A huge storm.
It is just mind-blowing. It looks beautiful. There will be rain. You've got this very dark environment because of this overhanging cloud. You've got lightning just constantly going off inside the clouds. It looks phenomenal.
Now, I have heard that there are rainstorms that travel around in some of the planets, so I don't know if that's still true or not, but this definitely feels like they added rain for this mission. The problem is that there are so many voices involved in making this game. CIG gets mixed messages from the community. I want this, we want that. That's always the case. CIG needs to get better at learning how to filter out the messages versus what they I'm sure your words of wisdom would be enlightening. However, I get thrown into commercial. I'll let you know here in a moment when you're out of the commercial. I've seen Hawaiian pizza on menus here in BC and even Nova Scotia. Definition of Canadian invention. Yeah, no, Hawaiian pizza was a Canadian invention as far as I understand, and then it was imported to the United States. Yeah, see it, and I will give CIG some flowers. Rain is great. I love the rain. The rain and the distortion effects are fantastic. I just wish the fucking servers worked. I think you have the right to be mad after 12 years and the basics barely fucking work. I mean, Dead, I hate to say this because this is something that has to be said every year, but like, being mad isn't going to make the game better. It's not going to make them develop it faster. So I don't know why if that helps at all. I can't confirm rain moves on Pyro 4. Okay, so it's on Pyro 4 as well. All right. Well, plans for the game and what Paul said, which is learn how to make the game, are different. Yeah. So here, we'll talk about this real quick. You can have an idea of how a game should work, build the game, and then realize it sucks. There are far more games that have been built and abandoned than there are games that have been published. I don't fully understand why development works like this, but from my understanding and my exploration of many games and how they develop, is that most games do not have an idea specifically of what the end game is going to be when they're developed. They have usually a vague idea, or they're usually built around maybe a specific concept, like one specific gameplay style or a generic idea of like evocative of a feeling. You know, Destiny, for instance, was cobbled together between two different sides of Bungie who were arguing about what should their future game be. One wanted to do a fantasy epic, and one wanted to continue to do science fiction. And so they sort of merged those two ideas into what we know as Destiny. But that took them years to get through that point. And Destiny was built in a year. Destiny actually developed was like 4 years, maybe longer. I can't remember exactly the time skip. And I think it was like 4 to 5 years. But the actual game, Destiny 1, was built in like 9 to 12 months. Same thing happened with like the Mass Effect games. Same thing has happened with here's another good example of this. The early versions of Horizon Zero Dawn had guns in them. Like playable alpha versions of the game, they had Aloy using guns. Because they didn't know they were going to go away from that direction until later. Titanfall 1 was built in 7 months. At one point, Titanfall 1 was going to be a game where you piloted a Titan on top of a giant spaceship fighting dinosaurs and dragons as you tried to repair the spaceship to make it work. That was what Titanfall was. In fact, it didn't have the name Titanfall until like 6 months before it released. So, like, I don't know why game developers work like that. All right. I am not a fucking psychic. I don't know if there is just a tradition of this being done. I don't know if this is something that happens in software development a lot, but that's how games are developed. It's good or bad. I don't know. It works for some of the best game developers in history and also doesn't work for some of the best game developers in history. It's an artistic pursuit, not an engineering pursuit. Maybe it's because from my artistic point of view, I tend to see something with a goal to it. I have an idea of what I want to create. And then sometimes that changes as I'm creating it, but typically it doesn't change the entire thing. Now I can understand starting something artistically and then going, this isn't fucking working, and dropping it. And that happens a lot in video games. That I understand entirely. The quote that I said earlier, where like there are more games that have been completed than there have been published, because plenty of game developers finish a game, realize this game sucks, and drops it. It does. It's normal. So when I say CIG needs to learn how to make the game, I mean CIG has no fucking idea how Star Citizen 1.0 will play. Well, they have an idea, but they don't know. They have a plan, but a plan is not the same thing as an actual game. So what we're seeing with like all of these different sandbox activities is them figuring out what works and what doesn't for these sorts of places, in the hopes that they, in the future, can build these on a much faster time scale with a much smaller team. And they have a vision, but no map on how to get there. Yeah. And the problem with CIG is it takes them 6 to 9 months to fucking do anything. So Stormbreaker has been in development or planned for at least since January, if not since last November. So they won't know what works until after they've already started working on the damn thing. Because they didn't know that Hathor worked and what didn't work for Hathor until what, last month? Out of curiosity, if it's said in the monthly report about a ship having kit done for rooms, as the Ironclad has done that, does that mean it's nearly flight ready in a few months' time or next month, etc.? That's what I interpreted as I read it yesterday. I don't know what worried about that. Aiden, I would take your foot off the hopium there. I'd push the hopium away for a little bit because it doesn't mean anything. It just means that they're using kits they've already developed for probably the Cutter and what are the other ships that came out? The Corsair. They're probably looking at those, maybe even the Vulture. They're looking at those kits that they have, and they're trying to swap in and out new assets, things they've already developed, and maybe some new kits they developed as well, because it didn't work right in their opinion or whatever. That could mean that they're in Lot Zero. It could mean they're in Final Art. I don't know. They didn't say Lot Zero or Final Art in there, but they did say that they're working on it, which is good. Golem, yeah, that's right. It's another one. They have a vision, they have the map, but somebody forgot the cipher, so they're trying to read the map in a dead foreign language. Kind of way of putting it. We've been through two entire console generations. It's crazy. It is crazy. And Squadron or likely GTA 6 is going to release before Squadron does, which has about the same amount of time in development as Squad 42 does. Also, I love how the game is going. So if it takes a while, Star Citizen 1.0 happens, I'm all right with it, as I love that they've done, especially with 4.2 and dynamic weather. As always, CIG's problems tends to not be exclusively development based, because generally when the developers get their hands on decent backend, the game they can make is really fun and engaging, and it's never not pretty. Which is funny. Someone said, and made a comment in one of my videos about how Star Citizen's going to be out of date when it releases, and it's like, what? That was an NPC line I heard, 5 years ago. And I don't think anyone who takes a look at how Star Citizen looks today and goes, oh yeah, this looks like a 12-year-old game. Like, no, it doesn't. Like, what? Are you blind? And it's also important to note that a lot of games these days seem to be going for, I don't want to say unrealistic, but stylized art more than ultra realistic art. Which I think is actually a good thing, because if you play a game like Wind Waker for, today, Zelda Wind Waker, with its super high, well, I won't say high contrast, it's a cell shaded animation style. It still looks good. It still plays fine, but it was for the Nintendo 64, or no, it was for the GameCube. It was for the GameCube. So it's 3-4 console generations ago. It's still fine. And I think that really, the games that emphasize sort of style over super realism work pretty well. And CIG seems to be moving away from pure realism to a little bit more of a stylization on their own, which they've always been doing, which is interesting. But yeah. It's not easy making games. I tried myself for about 6 months making a game in UE5, stugging with identity and vision of what I wanted to do. Is GTA 6 already talked about another delay? No official word yet if they're going to delay or not, though. I don't think they will. Old LucasArts games. Oh, yeah, Monkey Island is another great example. You can tell from its design it's older, but its art style is pretty good. I'll be right back. Drink the water of life, Paul. Free Arrakis. Yeah, okay. I just don't. I will get to it on Tuesday. I know everybody else is losing their minds over that, though. All right. Let's get back to watching.
If you were to fly into the storm, you'll notice that your ship starts taking massive amounts of distortion damage.
There's actually
if you don't
a
watch
power
out,
plant
this can
distortion.
seriously mess up your ship.
Cause it to turn off,
That'd
and
be
you
nice.
will plummet to the ground. If you don't explode, out of luck, you then have to walk out of the storm.
You'll quickly notice that you'll be affected by radiation damage.
So unless you've brought a load of rad pens, you're likely gonna die. And that's not even to say anything that might be in the storm that has mutated and isn't the norm.
I've never seen those Copians, but I hope to see faster SCM speeds, fast enough to go beyond Star Wars World War II speeds. Not going to happen at Glass. That's like the bread and butter of Chris. Chris wants slow speed, close contact fighting. You're not going to see super fast speeds.
Normal version of what it once was.
So how'd you get into the storm where ASD doesn't want you to go? On the outer edges of the storm, you'll find 3 shuttle stations that each have a shuttle that lead into the storm.
Once again, ASD don't want you there, so you'll have to part people with their lives.
These shuttles are specially retrofitted to allow them to withstand the distortion damage, allowing employees and also players into the storm.
We've made sure the roof is glass. It's using the old Crusader shuttles, so you can actually appreciate all of the beauty of the storm.
Copian is just a terrible name, so close to Copian. I think that's its point. That's the point.
This is where
Storm shuts ships down, ships that are supposed to be insulated for raw solar radiation. Yes. Because it builds up distortion damage.
some of the weather system improvements come in that we've been working on, where you'll see rain hitting the windshield, lightning outside, and thunder in the distance.
And also, you get a little bit of respite.
This is not a normal storm. A, this is a radiation storm, and B, it's likely some sort of man-made storm to keep people out.
Before the shit we're gonna put you through. So it's kind of like a nice like, oh, look at this, and then you're gonna land on the beaches of Normandy, D-Day style. Here we go.
When you get off the shuttle, everything's gonna try to kill you.
You'll be immediately assaulted by loads of security guards outside.
It is very dark. The visibility is very low.
You'll start being affected by the radiation damage from the storm. If you do manage to get a radiation suit, you'll still find irradiated wildlife for you to contend with.
So, just watch your back, watch your friend's back.
Your objective is to get inside as quickly as possible into the relative safety of the research base.
Once you're inside this facility, that's where Stormbreaker really begins.
All that stuff that you've done to get there, that was purely the beginning. It's the intro scene in the movie.
Do they assume people will play nice together? Yeah, because CIG's bad at this.
You've not even hit the movie yet.
Inside, you'll find danger, mystery, great loot,
death, action, cruelty.
Audio logs, finally an alternative to reading.
Hello. Here we go.
New ways to open
death, action, cruelty.
Audio logs, finally an alternative to reading.
Don't take my chap away, you bald bastard. You finally learned they don't read? Now?
Hello. Here we go.
New ways to open doors, which doesn't seem exciting, but we really are excited about it.
I'm really excited to see you playing with this new mechanic.
You're gonna find irradiated things.
Eggs, babies, screaming.
They might all be connected.
The horrors of science run amok.
You can find new battle vehicles that can only be earned in game.
Choo 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 choo.
I said choo choo as well. This isn't a fucking train. It's got massive weapons.
No, you just kept. He was like. It's cool.
Yeah, it's
Only earnable in games. CIG got something right.
cool. He's got the acting qualification. I don't.
I want to play it.
Hit a chat. I want to hear it. All right. Give me the thing as they're jumping. I want to hear some Titanfall. All right. You have it in chat. I'll show you how to do it. Okay. Show you how to do it.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Like that. All right.
Yes, to feel something different to what they've been feeling when playing Star Citizens. I want them to be hyped for every bit of the mystery that they are trying to discover and all of the clues that they get right.
I think it's going to be an amazing patch. We've all been working very, very hard.
We've got VFX, lighting, audio, all of that is coming together to create the biggest, baddest content that you've seen in Star Citizen so far.
It's going to be cinema, as Zach would say. I'm really excited for you all to play it. I'm really excited to see you all discover it.
And the story doesn't end here. It really gets messed up in August.
Only the Wicklow ICT won't be on the pledge store. Regular ICT will be for sale. No. Both of them aren't going to be for sale. I've heard this that they weren't going to be for sale, and they said in the video though you have to earn them earnable in game, which is good.
It's really cool. I want to tell you
I'm
everything.
mad as easy money. All right, I have a theory as to why they're not selling this. A, because CIG wants to put cool things in game that you have to pay for with in-game money.
Escap, super chatted $9.99. I need a Xeno. Holding out for a Xeno till the end of the night.
And he's got to be strong. Thank you so much for that. $9.99 Escape. Did Elliot say it was going to be sold for cash?
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Assassin Red 42 has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub there, Assassin Red. You're a very important pupper, very impressive for any pedestrian. This is your father from Drinking Night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How you doing, Assassin? So no, Citizen Ninja, as far as I know, from the people I know who work at CIG, and I heard this from 2 people now, they're not selling it. They're not selling the ICT at all. It's only earnable in game. You can only get it through Wicklow. The base ICT and the jumpy ICT are both Wicklow. I'm doing all right. I'm enjoying my first week without students, which is nice. All right.
So stop watching the video and go play the game.
Yeah, go play the game.
Now, of course, for those of you that have been playing or watching PTU for the last week, you already know much of what's not being said here. But that's by design. As we said back in February, it's our intention this year to have you discover as much as possible in-game through our monthly patches instead of having everything just spoiled here. And by the time Stormbreaker releases in about 2 weeks, there should still be a few more changes and improvements along the way. Oh, also, special shout out to Louis, Max, and everyone on the Montreal Environment team for kicking all kinds of ass on this one. And don't forget, we're currently taking submissions for this year's CitizenCon watch parties, where we'll send devs to watch the program alongside of you, and they have to submit to your every question. Mostly. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week for Star Citizen Live. Where'd my hair go?
Well, they fix stuff. There's plenty of patches where they fix stuff. It's just never the thing that you want, Jaded. Okay, let me see if there's something else. Hey, Paul, finally got moved. Hoping to get the internet installed tomorrow, just in time for the Star Citizen Rogue Trader updates. Nice. Yeah, 2 weeks makes sense. They need the time to fix it. No, it's not going live tomorrow. They need time. The reason why they pushed it to all waves really quickly is because they wanted to get as many people as possible to hit it as possible. They're likely going through a bunch of things to see if they can fix the back end, and then they have it. My guess is their launch is going to be, their schedule is around the 18th or 19th of June, because that's maybe the 16th. Maybe now it could be the 13th. It could be next week, because I believe First Contact Day is the 16th of June. So Alien Week will be like this the third week of June. Have they ever said why the number of shows has been so drastically reduced? Yes. Jared basically said on that first Star Citizen Live that they were going to reduce the number of shows because they don't have the content to show. Basically he said, what you see in ISC is what we have, what's being developed. And because features aren't as much of a priority, they're not going to get those people to be able to talk. And Jared doesn't want to, or CIG doesn't want to have a bunch of discussion on features, which will probably take longer to get into the game than usual. So they're only going to focus on the stuff that's available. And because there's a patch a month, that means they'll probably have like an ISC a month, maybe a little bit more, plus the highlights of the new ships. How far off their update a month schedule do you think they're going to end up? It seems like they're slipping, and we're only halfway through the year. They said they're going to do 10 months or 10 updates this year. They already slipped once. My guess is there's going to be at least one, if not two more slips, because they're probably going to have one slip in October. Somewhere between August and October, there's going to be a delay. Because we'll have one for June, and then we'll have one for July. But July is going to be a 4.2.1 patch, so it's just going to be stuff they were already planning. And then 4.2 or 4.3 will be in August or September. And I'm thinking maybe August will slip. August or September, because typically those are the months they slip around a little bit. So I could see them slipping August or slipping September for 4.3, and then 4.3 coming out in September versus August, or 4.3 coming in August and 4.3.1 coming out in October. Yeah, the design of it is fun, but it will definitely be camped by larger groups. CIG needs to do instancing, but they don't have this technology. It's clearly their instance technology doesn't work well, because look at hangars. Hangars have so many problems, and because I'm guessing a lot of it is because of instancing. Maybe this activity should be the instance, because the big org is going to lock it down until it's redundant. Yeah, which is why I hate the way that they're implementing Wicklow. Like, it took the community to raise very specific and I think very important questions about the basically redundification, or I don't know, redundification with a good word for it, the removal of script right after they added it into the game. Like, the stuff you add into the game needs to be relevant after that patch. Otherwise, it's wasted content. Which is why I brought up like how many content releases that CIG has done over the last 3 to 4 years that have basically just disappeared since 4.0 came out, and I doubt will ever come back. I'm glad they haven't fixed being able to hear other people's instance hangers. I think that makes it more real. Yeah, but it also doesn't mean good things for instancing in general, because if two people are in a layered instance of a specific like dungeon, that's what these are dungeons, then you'd be able to hear them shooting, and maybe even the NPCs in another instance shooting when you're there. Why do I feel like this and Gather are their practice for raids? Because these feel like dungeon type content. That's what they are. Like straight up, these are CIGs practicing to figure out what works for raid and dungeon type content. If you had to guess, do you think Dynamic Server Meshing comes out this year? Yeah, I think it does. I think it really depends on how much more stable they need to make the game. What are they going to see a law of security work? Probably alongside functional AI. Oh, like having security actually, scan you and stop you and stuff like that. Years, maybe 1.0. Hey, Valis.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 14 months. No pew-pews.
Thank you so much for that 14 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very precipice. You're very pedestrian. This, your father who's going to drink a night. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. I thought CIG changed the plan for script back to what it is now. Yes, they did. In fact, they didn't just do that. They also brought back the minerals from a line in mine for favors, but they had removed both. And when people got mad about it and said, this is stupid, CIG said, basically doubled down. And I'm like, this is dumb as shit. And then recently they changed it back because I'm sure somebody finally got a hold of Elliot and said, or whoever's in charge of that. I'm guessing it's Elliot, but it could also be their economy guy, and be like, don't FOMO fucking events. If these things you specifically say aren't supposed to be FOMO and that anyone can do them after the initial hype is worn off, and then remove any reason to do them after the hype is worn off. It's like, because you keep doing this with Wicklow. I like Wicklow. I disagree with a lot of the discussion around Wicklow, that Wicklow is bad and the gotcha mechanics are bad. I don't think those are bad things. I do think they should add a specific, you get specific ship for specific thing, but it's like 4 times the number of favors that you would normally get, or a much higher, like actually make more of a progression, like to do with the Polaris, for instance, and with the ICT, where you have to like get specific materials to be able for Wicklow to produce that ship, rather than the sort of slot machine mechanic. But at the same time, I don't think that should be a bad thing to have those sort of mechanics in there, because it's a gamble, but who cares? Because most of those other larger like ships require not a lot of favors. Like favors are basically used for those gotcha mechanics. The RNG in Turn It is awful. I refuse to acknowledge Wicklow is in the game. Okay, but he is, and CIG's pivoting a lot of their content around it. I like the Wicklow stuff because I can do other things while I find collection items by just normal gameplay. I mean, there are definitely some things like to get, for those of you who want to know, to get the ICT, you need to have 10 favors, an ATLS, and an NN13 distortion cannon. And the NN13 only exists on the CZ, the Orbit CZ. So, and it's with the worst fucking CZ because to actually use the elevators, the cargo elevators, that one breaks all the time. So it's a little hard to do that. I think RNG around something as big / valuable and / important is ship is bad. What am I supposed to do with 3 Intrepids if we can't sell ships? Fly them? Park them at various stations. Yeah. Backup taxi. They also usually have upgraded materials, don't they? Like upgraded internals. Fly all 3? I mean, when fly them on every other day. It would be cool to have a cryogenic brand new frozen. No, we haven't done that yet. I know everyone's gonna come here for the Ironclad stuff, so I'm gonna wait for a little bit longer until people show up. But yeah, I find it hard to believe that they can't figure out instance technology. It's not that they can't figure it out, Sean. It's that they actually have it right now. It's how like 15 people can have the same fucking hangar in a hangar, but it's just not working properly. And it's not CIG's priority to figure out how to get instancing to work. Oh, monthly report. We'll talk about it when we get to the monthly report. So I think mercenary script will be used to buy mercenary blueprints in the future. I agree. There'll be some things you get with mercenary script, but the problem is that right now there's no reason other than for Wicklow. There's no reason to use it. So it was wild they removed it for Wicklow favors in the first place because it's like, what the fuck else is it going to be used for? Am I going to get a Wicklow emote? Probably not. Yeah, it's just wild that they're struggling. It's just not a priority. From what I understand about how CIG works, most of the people in CIG know a lot about the game and know a lot about how to make games. But knowing a lot and then actually completing said thing without fucking everything else up is a task which is very, very difficult to achieve. That's in games in general, but especially for Star Citizen. Because so many things are connected to each other in Star Citizen, if you fuck something up with instancing, it could cause the cascade effect for a bunch of other shit. Yeah, they'll figure it out eventually. It's just a matter of, like, priority. And the priority right now seems to be content, but also fixing issues, bugs, and other problems. Why isn't it a priority? Because people, Bracer is saying that people are mad about the PvP stuff. I don't know. I don't run CIG. There's a lot of things that CIG does that's fucking stupid that I'm like, why did you do this? Like, I kind of understand maybe why they did it, but the reasons for doing it are usually stupid. Like, the whole selling equipment thing. It's like, this is dumb. Why is this dumb? Because it sends the wrong message. But see, why did CIG do it? Because they sell spaceships. So why would people be mad if they sold equipment? They sell armor pieces. Why would people be mad about these things? They don't understand the difference between an armor that anyone can get in game and doesn't really work versus like the thing that only exists as a new feature that you can only get through pay, and a bunch of new equipment which you can only get through pay, which are new features to the game. It's like CIG, you're literally pay gating content. You're doing an EA. I didn't cache any script because I was seeing people complaining about this process, though I would wait until next patch for CIG to fix it. Then the monkey's paw curled a finger. Yeah. So the problem I had with the script thing, it's back, by the way, y'all. It's back in 4.2 where you can turn in script for favors. The problem I had with it was that it was one of the few things that CIG had done that wasn't explicitly PvP oriented, because you earn script through PvP or through PvE actions. Yes, it's combat, but it's still PvE. And that meant that regular players who didn't want to participate in the major events could still do something with Wicklow to have fun and engage in new content. But by removing it in favor of the new content, it's like, or the brand new content, it's like, well, you just created a new feature that you're not utilizing. You've removed it from the game for no reason other than we want people to play the new features. People will play the new features, but you know, because you've made the statement about Hathor, that people will just say, fuck the new features until like the majority of the tryhards, the sweaty sweatlords, the 5 to 7% of the community that are there to just beat people's faces in, just move on to whatever is the next new hotness to actually try your content. So like, if you say, oh, you can just wait until the new hotness has moved on to do something, it's like, that's great. But then when you remove the reason to do said thing, no one does it. Fundamentally, I think CIG has, and I've said this for a while now, that they have a problem where they don't understand player psychology. If I were to give any suggestions for CIG, I would say take the entire mission team, all of them, and have them sit down with a pre-planned module for Dungeons and Dragons and run 5 random people through that module. Those of you who play TTRPGs knows exactly what I'm getting at. You're not going to corral 5 random people into the mission. They will find any and all reasons to fuck up that mission, because they're not there to play your module. They're there to play the game. And there are ways that you can encourage PCs to do the job they need to do. But it requires experience and patience, and you need to do it in a way that doesn't feel like the DM is punishing the players for not playing the game right, because you still want players to enjoy it. And there are ways to manage the chaos, to have a sandboxing experience where people kind of do what they want to, and it sort of leads them into the right locations. So But without that experience, just that basic experience, I don't know if CIG can fucking make a mission that's worth a damn. Because they're still so stuck in a mindset of like Squadron 42, of like, well, the player will do it because we literally are forcing them to do it. That's the point of this game. That's not what Star Citizen is. It's never been what Star Citizen was. It's always been this sandbox experience that they've been trying to push. And a sandbox is going to be a very different way of building missions and building sort of objectives than anything else. Yeah, I was saying that earlier, Lloyd. The Forgotten Platforms in Orison, the Reclaimer missions, the crashed Caterpillar missions. We tried to do Ghost Hollow on Sunday. Ghost Hollow didn't work. I don't play EVE, but I've heard people say that the devs ask hardcore players about upcoming updates before they come out to get their 2 cents. I wish CIG did that, not just creators, serious gamers too. They do, but it's also important to note that serious gamers are usually going to be people who are super PvP oriented, and the PvP community in Star Citizen is between 5 and 7%. That's not a good way. Like, with Squad 42 coming out next year, when do you think they'll start selling it again? When they have a date announcement? When they have an actual release date announcement? Then get a variety of top gamers, all PvP. If a variety of all top gamers are PvP chads, it just feels like the people making decisions don't actually play the game. Well, instead of getting players to play the game, make the developers play the game. Like, I get it. It's a job. Your job is to make a game, and it's not always easy to play the same game that you develop. But it should be, in my opinion, every game company should have a requirement that the developers play their own game. Not just play test, but play. Yeah, and I don't mean devs playing with themselves. I mean online, in an open lobby, on their own. Yeah, on full public servers. But I mean, just in general, for games in general, not just Star Citizen. Not in their dev servers, not in their test servers, in a public online game. Saw Sean tracing PTU on Saturday night. That's great. Not PTU. I'm talking about live. PU. Yeah, and I know people at CIG who play their own games because most of them, you know, are fans. I would say maybe half of the community, or maybe half of the developers who work at CIG are former fans, or still fans, I hope, but like they're former community members. We have a lot, and I mean a lot, of talented people who like are in gaming industry or in tech in general who play Star Citizen. So a lot of them have ended up in Star Citizen over time. No, on their dev accounts, since they're all tagged with CIG in their names. No, I get it. But I mean, like, remove their tag on their personal account. Dev play the game for sure, but how Q&A play the game is good. No, they play Q&A. I'm not saying Q&A. I'm saying play it. There's a difference between QAing and playtesting and also just playing the game. I'll give you an example. Jump Ship is out in a demo right now. If you haven't gotten it, it's free on Steam right now for the demo. Go play it. It's got 2 missions. It's got a tutorial, and it's really fun. And it's clear. It's crystal fucking clear to me that the devs play their own game. Maybe obsessively. It's also clear that they had a good idea of what they wanted to do like 2 years ago. And they've sort of been crafting what they wanted to do over the last 2 years. So they've had the direction already set up. Now it's just filling in the pieces. Because they had a lot of fun little additions they've added, which are clearly added as sort of a nod to something they did, but they're using the mechanics they already had developed and materials they already had developed for the game as it was. Play that and then play Star Citizen. Like a multi-crew ship in Star Citizen. And you can see right off the bat that, yeah, Jump Ship is much more simple in terms of its sort of gameplay loops, but that's intentional. But it's also a lot more fun because it's a lot more focused. Example, that one dev finding out at CitizenCon that players are excited for roads. A lot of developers. That's more of a developers aren't involved in the community, because I'm going to be honest, as somebody who is involved in the community, y'all can be fucking exhausting. Like the conversation I had at the very beginning of this, where people were mad as fuck that CIG said exploration gameplay. And like, I'd already watched the like ISC, so I already knew like what they meant. And I was like, come on, guys, really? Like, you know what they meant. Yeah, it's bad terminology, but like, this is the same sort of level of butthurt as people saying when I keep saying John Paul Jones, when Paul Jones said the Odyssey was the Carrick killer. It's like, come on. It's just a dev explaining like a concept of discoverable locations, stumble upon locations. Simple doesn't necessarily mean bad for games. No. Stage is committed to making everything starting from the first principles and relearning lessons other games learned through decades of playing. Yes and no, but also every game is unique. Why not with engineering gameplay? Find or discover, never use the word exploration ever again. They will. When they actually announce exploration gameplay, and y'all get fucking mad anyways, because I've been saying for a while that exploration gameplay isn't what people think. You're not going to find new star systems. You're not going to find new planets. You're not going to find new species that have never been discovered. You're not going to make love to beautiful alien women. You're going to be making fucking maps. You're going to go to from point A to point B, scan point B, and then take that data and return it back. Maybe some gameplay where you have to like clear out the data and clean up some of it a little bit here and there, and some sweeps and boops and bops and other sort of mini game shit that you do. But that's it. That's your exploration gameplay. Go here, scan this shit, and leave. Maybe you find something interesting, but 9 times out of 10, you're going to find fucking nothing. Just space. At best, you're finding an unstable jump point, or like one of those transit jump points.
Hey, a tip.
Escap, superchatted $1.99. Give US alien smut.
Give US alien smut. Oh no. Oh no. That's the wrong thing there. Oh, I get it, Scott. Thank you for $2. You're going to be making fucking maps. And that's fun. This is the exact Spore play they signed up for. I know, but like the exploration is going to be
Them biddies.
SIG is an English company, and the English-speaking world is several cultures separated by a common language. Additionally, most of the people they stick in front of a camera are not media, PR trained.
That's true. Yes, that's a good point. And a lot of the people who they have working for them, even in the UK, are not from the UK. It's clear that at least a few of those people they stuck in front of the camera were from Montreal or from Germany or from France or from other places, like, from the US. So they're all not going to have the same sort of language. I only say this because I made a lore video talking about regen. And one of the things I bring up is there are people who can still call regen cloning or call it lazy immortality. CIG's lazy for making it. And I've talked with those people and they said it's not cloning. And someone says, well, this dev said it was cloning. And it was like Zach called it cloning. And it's like, Zach is the person who's in charge of FPS weapons and balancing, not the person in charge of like the lore. Oh, well, Elliot called it cloning. Elliot isn't in charge of the lore. He's in charge of making missions. He doesn't write the fucking story. He just makes cool content. Like, don't use that as your argument for what it is or isn't. Look at what's actually being fucking written so you can understand the goal of it. I mean, CIG just does a bad job because it's 1,000 people in their company of making sure that everyone in the company is on the same sort of level with understanding of everything. So the same thing happens with like someone saying it's exploration gameplay. It's like what they're saying is exploration in its sense, but it's not the exploration game people want. And even then, the actual exploration gameplay is not going to end up looking similar. I mean, it's kind of cloning, like they're cloning your body and uploading to it, right? Yeah. But cloning gameplay, for when you say cloning, it comes with a lot of baggage. Like most people who are in sort of the space game sphere would think of something like sleeves from Black Carbon. I can't remember. Altered Carbon, or Capsuleers from Eve, where like you have a clone ready to go that you just stick your consciousness into. Because that is a different story. If you have an entire storage locker filled with copies of you, what's to stop you from just maybe waking them up and giving them a different consciousness, or the normal clone thing, and then you have an army of yous? That's not how it works. It's basically the printer only works if you're dead. And so, narratively speaking, that's important because the concept is you don't have 1,000 U's in storage. There is only one U, and you can only be reprinted. Row 1 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. I hate sand. It's coarse and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I've heard some people having a hard time getting in. Did you get in?
Them biddies.
Speaking of an army of yours, Alter looks amazing.
I don't know what Alter is. I'd have to look it up. Maybe CIG could introduce chip recovery, like carbon modified, like altered carbon. No, it's fine the way it is. Oh, I deliberately chose the least streamer server I could, so we were okay for the most part. That's nice. That's good. Sandgroper's like, be nice. Okay, you totally gave me the idea that I'll get to fight an NPC army of my own clone armies. How awesome would that be? Oh no, there's definitely going to be a story where you have to fight an army of clones. That's going to be a thing. Like, someone's going to fuck with regen technology in some way where they manage to get an army of themselves. And you're just going to have to fight an army of the same dude. And it's going to be the story. But like, that's going to be a story of the exclusion to it. That makes sense. Alter is a new game coming out, and you have to save a bunch of you helping you survive. Oh, interesting. I think Loken's only problem is getting in was that he couldn't get in sooner. Just because regen is not cloning doesn't mean cloning doesn't exist in the verse. That's true. The point being, though, is that it's all about perspective. If you have the perspective that it's just cloning, I can see people getting mad at the decision. It's like it feels lazy and trite, but like that's not how the system works, because the system is designed to ensure that there's only one of you at any given time, because there shouldn't be more than one you, because the game was never supposed to be like that. I'm a little confused about the dislike for Jared. He's awesome. From my perspective of being in this community for a long time, why people don't like Jared is because they feel like he's the propaganda minister of CIG. And to a degree, he is. But I think a lot of people feel like he's disingenuous and isn't fully upfront with everything he knows. And as somebody who's known Jared since before he worked for CIG, and even after he worked for CIG, I don't think that's the case at all. I think Jared is very passionate about the game. He wouldn't have worked for CIG if he didn't believe in the project. And I do think that his own passion and his own closeness to the game can sometimes make him say and do things which are probably stupid. I mean, I still remember when at the end of 2023, he said that they were planning on getting 4.0 out in the summer of 2024. And I was like, God, no, Jared, why? Just shut up, dude. Just don't say that. Now everyone's going to claim you promised 4.0 in the summer of 2024. And when you miss it, it's going to blow up in your face. And everyone's going to get mad at you for saying that. And that's the reason why people get mad at Jared, is because he says that. People take him literally, and then when it doesn't happen, they get mad at him saying he lied to them. Doesn't matter that he said the most diplomatic way you could, saying we are shooting for it in 2024, summer 2024, but people didn't hear that. They just heard summer 2024. Yeah, he was wearing his backers hat when he said that. He doesn't drink, Ninja.
Hey, a tip.
Fenry, super chatted $10. Hi Paul. Name's Fenrir. Sorry to hijack. How are they going to integrate the ongoing conflict with the Windule that is started in SQ42 into SC? Will the UEE diverge from the history of Rome?
Thank you, Fenrir, for that $10. You didn't have to, but thank you. How are they going to integrate it? Well, we do know that the Vandul are going to be invading Nyx, because they're going to have instanced dynamic invasions of the Nyx system from Virgil. But they're likely to have major events around. Think of it like, Helldivers 2 just had the invasion of Super Earth. Think the invasion of Super Earth. There'll probably be some sort of nearly impossible thing that'll happen where a system will just flip into Vandul control, or they might have some battles leading up for it. But it'll be a narrative event where the players will have some sort of say in terms of how the outcome happens, but it's up to the players to decide. That's something as early as early in the project as the original announcement of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. When they announced it at GDC, that was one of the examples they brought up of what they wanted to do was because it was going to be the fall of Rome, Vanduul will try to attack Earth. And when Vanduul attack Earth, the players will decide if that happens or not.
Space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
A drink. I'll bring him a smoothie or Federation root beer. There we go.
Inner Hype just resubscribed for 100 months.
Thank you so much for that. 100 months, Inner Hype. You're very important, pupper, very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It is insane that I've been a partner for 100 months. That is nuts. There's only a handful of y'all. We save Super Earth. We'll save regular Earth. I think we'll save regular Earth the same way we saved Super Earth, with half of the cities destroyed. Probably because we'll destroy them ourselves by accident. So yeah, the divergence from Rome will partially be player influenced and partially be railroaded by CIG's narrative design. To be honest, fuck Earth. Spoken like a true daughter of Terra there, Iris. Well, that would reflect real life too, because Rome was defended, but at a great loss. Yeah. But Rome was also sacked. If the Vanduul are part of Nyx, could that mean we won't see them until after Squadron 42? Well, it depends on when Nyx comes in. I, maybe naively, but still firmly believe that we'll see Nyx at the end of this year. We may not see it release, but we'll see it in like a preview build of something like that, like they did with 4.0 by the end of the year. Because I think that their year of stability will slow down a little bit between this month and August. And they've even said that they want to do an EPTU this month. Now, it was clear they wanted to do that as well last year, and then they fucked up and did nothing because something happened. And then what CIG does is when something bad happens, they don't say shit and then just go try to fix it and then tell us what fucked up after they've already fixed it. So we'll know if by the end of this month they don't have an EPTU. But I have a feeling they will. Will I stream Squad 42 or run it alone and quiet? I will stream it. Of course I'm going to stream it. No one's going to fucking watch me, but I'll stream it. You know what? Fuck Terra too. Iris. Daughter of the Moraine. Building this year? What do you mean, Will? Yeah, that's the thing. Most people will be busy watching it, will be playing it themselves. And I don't think CIG will allow for streamers and content creators to get early access and stream it before it's released. If CIG doesn't do this, they're stupid. But I firmly believe that CIG will and should release the game, Squadron 42, to content creators and reviewers before they actually release it to everybody else. Maybe like a month or so ahead of time. Because it's a 40-hour game. And those reviewers and content creators need to be under NDA until the release date itself. When I played Starfield, I was told early, I was told specifically by Bethesda that I could not have my late game save to be made content with when I went to play it on launch day. Because I still got like 20 to 30 hours into the game before it launched, and I had to go back to the very beginning of the game to play it when I streamed it. So I think that's going to be something similar, at least with CIG does this sort of thing. Hey, Paul, what's going on with building interiors? Oh, we don't know. I don't know if it's been into the monthly report or not, but we haven't heard anything in a while. Do you think we'll see base building version 1 this year, or is that a CitizenCon pipe dream? Maybe. We might see his version 0. We're not going to see base building until we see engineering, scanning, and crafting. Those 3 things need to be in before we can get a version 1. But we do know that CIG has said that the version we saw at CitizenCon is in-game and functional. It just needs it needs an actual UI, not developer UI. And it hasn't obviously been tested and integrated and stuff like that, but it's done. It's functional. Sorry, AstroPub, but I will not watch your stream squad road to be just your voice in the background. It's a single player game, yeah. I don't think the building interiors got canceled. I think they're still planned, but I imagine they just got sorted in terms of it's what should happen. In terms of its like the eventual goal. What can you say about the new incoming ship? I'm happy with Apollo. It'll be nice. Yeah, Apollo is getting out of Gradebox. It's getting out of Gradebox, heading to Lot Zero. Probably gonna see it sooner than later. Have they mentioned how close they are to Galaxy being finished? Very far away. Galaxy isn't going to be started until the Perseus is done. The Perseus has been worked on, though. IAE, maybe? I think we might see the Apollo earlier. Like, maybe not next patch, obviously. It still needs some time, but, you know, October. Yeah, they said that the Galaxy got put on the back burner because they wanted to finish the Perseus, because the Perseus shares a lot of assets with the Polaris, so it's easier for them to do. And then the Galaxy is going to end up being the sort of kit that they're going to use to create the Astra and the Orion. Apollo will come with a reworked medical gameplay, which will require us to go to the green goo cave to fight over the resource. Yes, probably. I realized I said something very specifically in the regen video that is actually contradicted by a thing I have in the video, because I was like, I don't think they've ever put in game that IVS, the idea of an IVS in game, but I wrote it and I recorded it, and as I went to go get some footage from Maria Pure of Heart in Hurston, it literally says on the screen that also says, by the way, dying doesn't get you out of your contract. It says your IVS score, because it basically says that, will this make you immortal? And it's like, no, your IVS score determines if you're mortality or not, which isn't a case to say, because I believe that the IVS score isn't in fiction yet. It's going to be added into fiction after the regen crisis. And because it makes sense, perfectly easy way to A, make it the narrative of the game, and B, introduce it to players at the same time.
Them biddies.
I know I said I was done betting on ship release dates, but anyway, I will bet Apollo and Ironclad coming this October. If it doesn't happen, I'll give Paul another $5 lol.
That's fine. I mean, I believe those two are true as well. The Apollo, the Perseus, the Ironclad are all coming out this year. When they're coming out, they'll probably be spaced. The Ironclad coming out in October for CitizenCon is a possibility. It may have a better chance of an IAE release, whereas the Perseus coming out earlier, but we'll see. You're not supposed to have resources to use for the medbed. You are, but we don't have engineering yet. We'll probably have engineering at least partially implemented with actual resource distribution mattering in like 4.3. Probably more of like 4.4. But if that's the case, then shortly after that, they'll have to add the whole thing. Any word on Vulcan development? It's done. at least in a like kind of an initial release version. Matthew, it's just they don't want to introduce it into Star Citizen yet because they're afraid it would disturb and disrupt some of the features they've put in for stability. So they have to wait for the game to be more stable and ready to go and be ready for Vulcan. With so much work working on engineering and a chance of working on Vulcan, like I said, it's done. We've known it's done. It's been done since like March. Vulcan, the renderer, not the ship. You're talking about the ship, the Vulcan. That's a wise away. That's going to be post base release, because bases is the development for drones. So if base building is drones, then we'll have to see those base building being in before we can get the Vulcan. I'm a sucker for big ships, so I'm curious. What do you think is the newest capital ship is going to be in manufacturing? Aegis, Anvil, RSI, or Wildcard? RSI, then Anvil. I still think there's going to be an Anvil ship that's going to be sort of Perseus-sized, because the Perseus is an older ship, so there had to be something that replaces it. Because you already have the Polaris. You may have something that's the Polaris size from Anvil, but I also don't think that's going to happen until post 1.0. Bracer, as far as I know, is already in the game. Or engineering. Bracer says engineering, as far as I know, is already in the game. Yes and no. Resource distribution is. Engineering isn't. And resource distribution isn't working properly. What I mean by that is when you set your pips to whatever level you have for your internal, weapons, engines, power, all of those things do matter, and they will have some effect on your ship, but they're affecting your ship, not the components. So while you could have resources for med beds, and there is in fact a slot that will open up under most of the med bed like screens that are clearly for slotting in medicines, the resource network may not be implemented in those locations quite yet. Because I don't think the resource network is implemented in your armor yet, which is also supposed to be that thing as well. Hey, Citizen Talk. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you around in a while. How's the TikTok? Or am I confusing you with Citizen Talk? Maybe I am. I prefer something Hammerhead sized. Yeah, I mean, the Perseus is around the same size as the Hammerhead. It's smaller than Hammerhead, but yeah. Although they were moving onto Drake and Misk after RSI, they are. Oh, is this discussing about the Anvil? Yeah, that's why I'm saying Anvil wouldn't be out until 1.0. People always are surprised that the Perseus is smaller than the Hammerhead, because they take a look at it and are like, what? That looks so much bigger. It's like, yeah, it's tiny. It's a 4-person ship. It's slightly bigger than the Connie. You think we'll ever see a Crusader capital ship? No. I mean, maybe, but no. Later, TK. Well, size 7. We don't have a confirmation it's size 8 yet. Paul, we have ships designed for multiple species. Do you think we will ever see species limited ships, or do you think that'll be NPC crew limitation? No, I don't think we'll ever see ships that are species limited. Ever. You might have ships you can't fly because CIG hasn't made them available for species, but there'll never be a ship that is only usable by one species of players. Like the Vanduul ships currently that are in Squadron are not flyable by players. They will have to make the Blade, the Glaive, and the Scythe all flyable for players because they've already sold those ships and made them available, so those versions have to end up being flyable for players. But the bombers and the destroyers and stuff, they'll never make those. They probably don't even have internals, honestly. We might see something like some ships that have internals, but players can't use them. But I think CIG will go the route of making every ship that is flyable by players flyable by every species, because eventually CIG is going to have to tackle player customization. It's something they've been working on for like 10 years almost. I think it's like 8 years right now. They've been working on specifically trying to allow for variable height and weight requirements for players so that you can make your character big or tiny or fat or skinny, but they're going to be within limits, obviously. But they also have to, Starcloth, for instance, is a big endeavor for them to create something that will work on players no matter what their player model is like. On top of having the variable height for seats so that it can naturally fit to where you need to be. I thought they said they're not doing that. They're not actively working on it right now, but they've said multiple times that they're planning on doing that. They want to do that long term. And the only way they're going to be able to have the Tavaran, for instance, also be able to be a playable species is if they make ships available for Tavaran and human players. And Tavaran aren't the same size as humans. So they'd have to have some variable geometry there. So if you're already going to make weird, like three-fingered, 2 fingers and a thumb, or, like 4-fingered creatures with like digigrade legs, where like their leg is actually an ankle kind of thing. Reverse like the backwards knees shit. Creatures that players can play as, they're going to need to have like some level of customization for their seat alignments. Hey, Senor Titty Sprinkles, how you doing? Love the name. Yeah, it has been. Basically, Sperry and Urus, yeah. And we know that CIG is, and has said, even recently, that they want players to be able to play as aliens. So you will eventually be able to play as a Tavaran, a Banu, or a Xi'an. Probably not Vanduul, but those 3 for sure. And that is going to be definitely a post-release feature. So if that's the case, then they'll probably have, player customization in that direction sometime before that. Yeah, and isn't a horse hoof just 1 finger? Hey, Avatar, how you doing? Oh, sorry for yawning. Okay, good. It's a fingernail. Okay, it's a toenail. Okay, yeah. Out of curiosity, more of a lore question. Are there any canonical guilds or companies that provide data broker info agent services? Not that I know of off the top of my head, but I assume many of the Transport Guild is responsible. The Transport Guild would be responsible for data brokering, or at least for info running. In terms of like being a data broker themselves, for illegal data brokers, yeah, that's the council. 100%. You'd work with the council. For like legal data brokers, maybe the Mercenary Guild, probably the Mercenary Guild, but there's no like company that's like, you know, we spy on people. We got information on everybody. There are free agents like Scryer Facius, who's only a lore agent. And then there's, I'm forgetting his name, Ruto, obviously, is an in-game info agent. And then Vaughn is another agent. I guess I'm envisioning those sketchy public records companies. Microtech, then. Almost certainly Microtech. I want to know who's responsible for shoving all the large RMC boxes in the stations. What guild is that? Transport Guild. Blame the Transport Guild. Ooh. Tev will be my name. Will be my name. Okay, yeah. Tev, I think that's probably one of the few nicknames that CIG actually came up with that will stick. So in the first Second Tavaran War, they called the Tavaran the Tevs. It's like, that works. Yeah, that sticks. It works. Wasn't there a statement by John Cruise somewhere that about the upgun of the Perseus? There, as far as I know, I have not been found any official source saying that the Perseus was size 8. I have heard that it was rumored at a Chinese bar citizen that John Cruise said that it was a size 8. But having heard the rumors from the Chinese bar citizen about the video that was released, and then actually watching the video, it's clear there was a loss in translation between the actual, you know, it being heard in English to somebody who speaks English and Chinese, and then being translated from English to Chinese, and then being translated from Chinese back to English. There was definitely something lost in that process. So my guess is likely, if it is, then fine. But if it isn't, it's likely that what happened was they said, have you thought about upgunning Perseus? And John said, yeah, maybe. We've thought about it. It might happen, it might not. And someone heard that as, or we'd want to, but we have to, you know, work through and talk with the gameplay team about it. And that turned into we're going to upgun it to size 8s. Always dangerous to trust anything from a Chinese bar citizen. It's always Chinese bar citizen. Whenever there's some misinformation, it comes from Chinese bar citizen. And I don't think the Chinese are sitting there going, yes, we're going to spread misinformation. It's just weird, funky game of telephone. Because, you know, English to Chinese, probably to like Mandarin, English to Mandarin, Mandarin back to English. Weird shit's gonna happen. Do that on like a Google Translate and see what comes out. Speaking of Tavarn, question: do the Tavarn have larger ships like a Tavarn Bird of Prey or Tavarn Warbird? Yeah, they did. They had complete capital ships, full range of capital ships, but not anymore. One capital ship class I've yet seen with a lot of restrictions on it is carrier. With most carrier, we know it being limited to 1 to 6 ships, besides the Bengal and Pegasus. Why? Do they think orgs can't field enough players to run them? Yes. It's more a fun thing, a fun factor. I have heard CIG devs talk about this very openly, that they think that the, for instance, they think the Javelin is too big. Great for squadron, not good for players. That's why I doubt that we'll see actual player-made Bengals in the verse. We might, but I have a very, very active org with dedicated 10 to 20 people, which is not enough to crew an entire Idris. It's enough to crew most of an Idris and maybe a couple of the cap, but doing nothing else, no FPS or anything else like that. Most people who crew a fully crewed Idris are crewing like 5, maybe 6 guns out of the 12. Yeah, now Polaris is fully crewed at 7 people, and most people will only ever have 5. It's Hanlon's razor, not deliberate disinformation, just accidental, multiple translated caused misinformation. Yeah. I'm so old, we used to call it the Telegraph. Well, the appropriate name from the British point of view is also racist. So I'm not going to use that term, but it's also funnily named because of who, of the culture that we're talking about. In America, we call it a game of telephone. The Stinger. Yeah, we're not going to see the Stinger in game. Like, we might see it as target, but not as a playable ship. I don't think A, that the game is ready for larger capital ships, and B, I don't think the game will ever be. There'll never be a reason to pull out a huge combat ship. And if there is, it will require CIG to do some crazy shit that they have no business doing right now. Yeah, that's the other point. Omega makes a good point, is that fully crewed before engineering gameplay comes in, when crew sizes, then crew sizes will certainly increase. You're going to need at least one, probably multiple engineers on every ship just to keep it running. Do you think that will change if Star Citizen gets more popular / orgs start growing more active and larger? We'll start seeing carrier. Maybe. CIG does have at least 2 different carriers, the Pegasus and the unnamed one that we saw in Squadron, that have been mentioned in the past, which are, much bigger for carriers. But I think it's a matter of a lot of different things need to be put into place, and CIG has basically stopped selling any larger ships beyond the size of like the Ironclad. I can't even think of the last time they sold a ship larger than intentionally sold a ship, like made a concept ship that was like a capital class. There's like the Pioneer and the Banu Merchantman, but those are both older ships. There's the Javelin, which is an older ship. There's the Privateer, which is again an older ship. I think that was the last one, was the Privateer. It was 2017. The Endeavor, but it's an older ship. I think pretty much since like 2017, maybe 2018. When was the Polaris introduced? That was 2016? No, 2015. Polaris was 2015, right? Odyssey isn't a capital ship. It's a Carrack class, that size. So it's around the same size as like a Ironclad, which is pretty big. Ironclad is still like 150 meters, I want to say. What is the size of the Odyssey? It's 140 meters. Yeah, it's only 40 more meters longer than the Perseus. It's only like 20 more meters longer than the Hammerhead. The Ironclad is 120. Yeah, so it's 20 meters longer than the Ironclad. It's about almost double the width and a little bit taller, but yeah. So what's the deal with the new concept capital ship? They're talking about the concept phase. Where do we seeing the concept phase for capital ship? I'm looking at the monthly report, and there's no mention of a capital ship concept ship. There was rumors of a capital ship. But that was a while ago. That was like the old rumor for the Anvil capital ship that everybody wants. In Europe, our 4 unannounced ships progressed. The first officially entered production, while the second progressed towards its upcoming white box review gate. The third continued down the production pipeline, with the artist currently awaiting feedback from Lot Zero review. The fourth receives a considerable attention during its white box phase, specifically around the cockpit entry requirements, as it will receive an entirely new enter-exit animation, something really done at this level. For already announced ships, the Paladin, everything else is just not concept. Yes, the Pioneer's a capital ship. Do you think we'll ever get a ship to upgrade from the Polaris? Yeah, it's called the Idris. Hey, Normie, how you doing? Do you think they'll ever go back to updating old ships? Yeah, eventually. One of the reasons why I think CIG should slow down on selling new ships, especially as they get closer to 1.0, is they'll sell more old ships if they fucking update them. They just did some work on the 300 series. They do piecemeal stuff. They did work on the Caterpillar and the Carrack, the 300 series. So they do little things here and there. But I mean, like, the Freelancer needs a full internal rework. The Connie needs a full internal rework. The Starfarer needs a full internal rework. The Reclaimer needs a full internal rework. I believe the Redeemer does too. That's a little different. That's because I just think they fucked it up. They don't care. The Aurora needs a full internal rework. All of those older ships need full internal reworks. Connie Balls! When was the last time they did any concept ships? Was it the Paladin? Yeah, the Paladin, I think, is the last time they did a concept ship. And the Paladin's already in production. Tally got one for Squadron. It doesn't need a new one anymore. It's just a bad ship. And the argument in lore is the Connie is an old-ass ship. It's a B-52. There's only so many ways you can make the buff work. There's the Zeus MR and the Legionnaire, but I think the Paladin was... Those were both years ago. Zeus MR was like 3 years ago. The Legionnaire was like 2 years ago. The Connie needs the same thing that the Retaliator had, which is a full... from ground up internal rework. I think the exterior is fine. It's just the internals are bad. E1 was well before those two as well. I don't know when the Spirit was sold, but it's been a while because both the A1 and the C1 have been out for a year, and they were sold a couple years before that. It's from Beijing Bar Citizen. It was brought up apparently. They're mulling over new capital ship larger than Javelin, planned by Aegis, RSI, or Anvil, not part of Squadron 42. I seriously fucking doubt it. That is, my bullshit meter goes off the charts for that. Absolutely not. That's rumor. That's a straight up, no, absolutely not. If it was like from an official source, maybe, but if it's a rumor from a Beijing Bar Citizen that John Crew said something, no. Nope. No, it's fine, Fenrir. It's just, that's what, like, as I said, I think a lot of it, what I can see is somebody asked specifically, are they going to have a larger than Javelin ship that hasn't been sold yet? That's not in Squadron 42. And John said, probably. John did the John Crew thing, and it was a sarcastic dick. And, you know, sarcasm doesn't exactly translate well across languages. That doesn't mean it's not happening or it's not planned. I would be very surprised if it would, is what I'm saying. But especially if it comes from a Beijing Bar Citizen, from anything from the Chinese Bar Citizens, it's just like misinformation through mistranslations. That's it. When we activate the AI translation on your lore videos, it should already have AI translation. At least the subtitles. Oh, like full-on AI voice translations? That does YouTube allow that? The Connie Bridge tries to cook my CPU or your GPU. You found that the other day? Oof. I'll look it up. I'm not a big fan of those sorts of things. That's one of those few things where I'm maybe a little okay with it, but Eradicator has it. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, far more likely John Crew being John Crew. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I could tell you the number of people who translate my videos into, I've had at least one person reach out and say they want to translate my videos into Mandarin and post it on their own site. A bunch of people who want to, at least one person asked if they could, well, didn't ask, they just stole my content and translate it into Russian. I've seen at least one person translate it into German. So like, they're there. The content creators are there for the content for it, but if I can get it to work, I'll get it to work on the next video. The whole F, 5 meters longer than a Javelin. That's what he joked about being bigger than a Jav. Huh. Are you serious? Monthly report time? Yeah, I'm going to get some water to drink and then we'll do a monthly report. I'm kind of fading here. Not just joking. Okay. I mean, that sounds like something John Crew would say. Sorry, still, I got hyped because I love big ships. I'm a World War II naval ship fan. Star Citizen Capital Combat seemed very similar to that area, plus missiles. Yes. That is Star Citizen is naval and air combat between 1943 and 1956 or 1960. Like late prop World War II fighter through like the Sabre and the MiG. Was that the MiG 2? Can't remember what it was. The like Korean War. World War II through the Korean War. Can I convert your videos to British? Yo, English. May 15, thank you. The problem is that I understand like Western classifications, you know, like the Sabre, the Comet, the Arrow. Those make sense to me. Like, you know, logically, they're names for a specific airframe. But like MiG is a company and the MiG-15 is just the MiG-15. But then in some cases, like there's a MiG that's like the MiG-4, which could have come out after the MiG-6. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? And I think logically thinking back to what I understand about aviation history, I believe the early MiG craft were propeller planes for World War II. So like, think about, oh, let me check to see what the mods hit got you. Oh, it's because of the word sergeants. Oh, you mean MiG fuck your logic? Because like even the Chinese jet, the JS-10, like fucking name it something, god damn it. Come on, G. Give it a fucking name. I don't give a shit if you call it the like ultimate dragon or the eagle of defiance. I don't give a shit. Just name it. It's easier to define it. Is it called the Vigorous Dragon? Okay, that's fine. Everyone, including the Soviets, called that tank the T-76, but the U.S. insisted on calling it the T-80. It makes our World War II with the MiG 3 through 15 being the one one notable example. Firebird is the J-10. Like what was the I'm gonna go get some water, but what was the Russian bomber that was called the Booze Cruise? The one that used like alcohol as its main fuel source, that the crews were literally siphoning the booze off of the plane to sell it for money. The Tupolev T-22. Okay. Tu-22. They used vodka as a coolant. I think it was more than vodka. It was like a much more refined alcohol than vodka. It was like super vodka, but yeah. Yeah, ethanol. Thank you. It was ethanol. Whatever you do, don't look in the Russian Navy's naming system. It'll hurt your mind. I'm going to say some not so nice things of the Russian Navy because history is not so nice about the Russian Navy, but no one cares about the Russian Navy naming system because the Russian Navy is a joke and has always been a joke and will always be a joke. Like the Jamaican bobsled team has more respect and more understanding than the Russian Navy. Listen, this isn't like me shitting on Russia. It's just history shitting on the Russian Navy. Like, I forgot the name of the fleet or the admiral, but the fleet that sailed to Manchuria for the Sino-Japanese War, which at the time was the most modern navy that Russia had ever built. When they found Japanese ships off the coast of England? Yeah. 2nd Pacific Squadron, yeah. They lost the battle. They lost life. They lost the battle against life, Iris. There was not a fucking fleet left when they reached Tsushima. The problem is that the Russians always want to build a fucking navy, but they don't want to put any money into the fucking navy. So the Russian sailors are often very brave, but very inexperienced sailors who are commanded by complete morons who barely understand how everything works and are more bureaucrats than they are officers. The only thing that the Russians managed to get sort of right in terms of their navy was their submarine fleet. And even then, holy fuck, do they lose a lot of their goddamn subs. Okay, and that's different from the rest of the armed forces. How? Because you can give a peasant a gun and tell him to go fight in the front lines, and eventually they'll survive out of sheer determination and create some, like, NCO who's halfway competent. But a ship requires incredible coordination to function. It requires pretty much everyone on that ship to know what the fuck they're doing, when to do it, and they require a leader to tell them to do it. You can sort of fake it in the army, even in the Air Force, because, you know, you're typically solo and doing a mission, point A to point B. But the Navy, it don't work like that. $1 million peasants, 300,000 rifles. The first person in front of you gets shot. This is the person behind you picks up the gun. I mean, it's sort of not true. Russians like to lean into that too. That wasn't really the case, but yeah, supply lines were a problem. It's the reason why the Russians used American trucks, because they could fucking work, and they got delivered to them by the Americans, so they used them for fucking logistics. The subs, get the subs right. The crew of the Curse would like to dispute that with the liquid metal coolant of the reactor. I said they still lost a lot of them. That doesn't mean they didn't have a lot of subs which were very effective at what they were doing. And like, there is some pretty good Russian equipment. I don't, what was it? The submachine gun that was popular in World War II. I know like the Germans would steal them because they had high rates of fire. And of course, what's the bolt action rifle built in the 19th century? It's still being used today. It fucking works. The PPS H-41. T-34 was a fine tank. Not as good as people think it is, but it works. It did what it needed to do. Mosin Nagant, yeah. Like funny enough, a lot of like early Russian aircraft ended up being made by a dude who went to America. Yeah, because he's Ukrainian. I forgot, Sikorsky? Was that his name? Like a lot of the early Russian aircraft was built by a guy who ended up leaving Russia for the United States and built the Sikorsky. It was just Sikorsky, yeah. He's like one of the founders of the Russian Air Force. Also made American helicopters, right? Yeah. Fucking mad genius. AK-47 still used today. Yeah, no, fucking Kalashnikov is a genius. Korolev, who created the modern Russian like space force, the space rockets, fucking genius. Like, the Russians are not bad at making things. It's just they're really bad at utilizing them effectively. The problem the Russians have always had is their bureaucracy sucks ass. It's always been bad, and even when they manage to get it right, they find a way of fucking it up spectacularly. Which isn't unique to the Russians, it's just always bad for the Russians. Marine 1 is Sikorsky? Yeah. SKS was a popular, like, survival rifle in the United States. How much did the Soviets contribute to the victory of World War II? Yes. I couldn't tell you. They did, of course. So did the Americans, so did the British, so did the French, so did the Canadians. Fuck, so did the Mexicans and the Brazilians. All of the forces contributed in ways. But like, without the American Lend-Lease program, basically keeping the Soviets alive, the Soviets would have been in a much worse shape. And without the Soviets pushing the Germans, the Americans and the British wouldn't be able to have had enough time to organize an invasion of D-Day and Italy and all those other places, France. So, yeah, I gotta go hydrate. You don't care to make a percentage guess? I don't know enough about World War II history in terms of like specifics to give that kind of percentage, because it's also completely inaccurate. Anybody who tells you that they can give you a percentage of who's responsible for what in any sort of conflict, especially something as big as a world war, they're blowing smoke out their ass. They don't know. Because there are so many micro things that people aren't aware of or don't know about, because a supply chain, logistics fuck up, or logistics, like catching a logistics fuck up can sometimes change the course of an entire war. So, like,
Stand by for Titanfall.
All right, we're getting into some weird stuff. Move on to the actual stuff. For those of you who don't know, don't trust the Chinese bar citizens. Vodka plain, aliens are cool, but coding for them isn't. And Star Citizen is rough. Yeah, that's kind of how we put it. I started watching The Fat Electrician on YouTube. He has some excellent videos on World War II. He is. It's important to note, I am not a World War II historian. I enjoy history in general. So I find it fascinating. My expertise is in sort of early medieval, so like late classical, early medieval period Europe, and early modern Europe. Those are the two ones I studied the most. Fuck the high Middle Ages, but like 500 AD to like 1100 AD, and then like 1400 AD to like 1700 AD. So is Laysa SG1 more amazing than early seasons for you? Kind of. Yeah, World at War is what I grew up with. But I'll tell you this. The one thing you need to understand from a historian's perspective is you don't know anything about history. I don't know anything about history. I only know what I can read, and those sources are biased. So I have to always understand who I am reading, what sources I'm getting that source from, to understand their bias, and seek as many different versions of that same story from different groups as possible to paint a picture that makes sense. The people who know the most about a topic are people who spend their entire careers studying that topic. I had a professor in college whose main focus was medieval law, specifically Italian city-state medieval law. Well, early modern Europe, like late medieval. That's what he did. But because he studied the cases from that time period, he learned a lot about the societies of those city-states. What they valued, what they didn't, because he could read through those documents and figure out a lot of those things. So always when someone says, what was the percentage of blah, blah, I couldn't fucking tell you. No one could fucking tell you. Somebody who studies like the Soviets in terms of like the Soviet war effort, like the Eastern War between the Soviets and the Germans would probably heavily be influenced by saying the Soviets. Probably has little to no full concept of what the Western War was like, other than that what mattered to their study. Somebody who studied the Western conflict, the Europe and the West, would probably have very little idea of what the Soviets were doing. And because of how history works, we study very specific topics because that's the best way of getting as much information as possible and try to dilute as much of the bullshit and pull out as much as we can articulate as true. True meaning more like facts. History is one angry rat king of information that constantly fighting itself over what's right and what isn't. And the truth is somewhere in between, but there are all of the claws and blood. Truth isn't the word I'd use. Facts are the word I'd use. There's no such thing as truth in history. No, you're good, Convergence. I was just trying to say it more in terms of like I couldn't tell you. My own guess is equal weighted. So I would say even across the board. I don't know how many belligerents there were during World War II officially, but all of them contributed the same amount. And if any of them didn't contribute, then it wouldn't have been done. without some, 16-year-old girl turning a fucking nut in Tacoma, Washington on a fucking truck, World War II would have been lost. Without Vasily, making tea for his commissar every day in the secondary rear lines of the Soviet front, the war would have been lost. Are you happy with the announcement of the Nick T's availability? Want a pat on the back? I do. I want a good boy. I don't remember here, but I heard this. History is just an endless waltz. Gundam Wing. One of my favorite quotes from Gundam Wing. That's why the story, the after story of Gundam Wing is called Endless Waltz.
Escap, super chatted $9.99. Pat.
Thank you for the $10, Escape. It's such a good quote. Human history is an endless waltz of war, empire, and revolution. And I'm sure the Gundam writers stole that shit from somebody. Because fun fact, if y'all didn't know, the guy who wrote and created the original Gundam series was a historian. That's what he went to school for. War in the Pocket. The 008. 0080. What was the quote? Human history is written by a madman. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Once you get older and experience more historical events up close and personally, you soon realize it's everyday stuff that normal people are making up as they go, occasionally with spectacular results. History is far more fascinating than any literature you could ever write, because it doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, he definitely did. There was a lot of stuff going on in Japan at the time that he was very... I mean, the Char's counterattack is very depressing. It was his anger let loose. That's what that was. His own cynicism. I would like to not experience more historical events, please. Before we get into the monthly reports and do the capsule, I do prefer, as somebody who writes for fun, maybe just to write a book someday. Who knows? I will. I mean, I am writing a book, but to publish a book someday. I do love the Mark Twain quote, which is the difference between fiction and reality is that fiction has to be believable. I mean, I think all of science history and knowledge has been erased due to meaningless wars and abolishing everything the loser has written. Not really. I always like to say that history being written by the victor is sort of wrong. History is written by the survivors. And for the longest time in human history, writing was a privilege that was left up to the elite. And because the elites often killed each other when they took over, they were able to write. But, you know, a lot of German history was written after World War I, was written by various different German historians with different accounts of what's going on. Obviously, the great backstab account, which led to the lies of the Nazis, it became popularized, but there were other historians there. It's not like the Allies came in and just lined up all the historians from the German historians and shot them in the back of the head or anything. There was still like stories written. The history was still studied. Yeah, the scribes. And usually you don't shoot the scribes. But you know who pays the fucking scribes? The victors. Like, that's the thing. Who writes? Well, people who have a reason to write. And why would you have a reason to write? Because some rich asshole is telling you to write something. And that rich asshole is going to be the one who won whatever fucking conflict that puts them in charge of you. Now, there is a lot of history and a lot of science that and like literature that was completely destroyed because of, first off, the burning of Alexandria, and second of all, the burning of the Great Library of Baghdad, I want to say, by the Mongols. Look at the German generals' accounts of World War II. They did not win, but they certainly wrote the story. And if you're a fan of the Laser Pig, then you know that they often were making shit up so they could get like juicy advisor roles for NATO and NATO commands. Large history, possibly. I don't know enough about Japanese early history to know that. We're now back in this area. Good luck, have fun. Oh. I will leave you with this. The reason why it feels like history, interesting events are happening all the time, that history is happening all the time, is because you have access to it. This is the first time in human history that people have access to information in real time of events that are going on anywhere in the world. This has never been done before. Before, even 100 years ago, the only way you knew what was going on is if you read it in the paper or watched it on TV, or heard it on the radio. You were still reliant on another source knowing about the event and reporting on it for you. So it seemed like things were more normal back then because you were blind to it. Yeah, Moose Theater, the movie theater. Right, humanity's never actually been normal. No, that's the weird reality. It's just usually the people who knew about this sort of thing were like 17 crazy people who lived in a hole. You know, monks, bureaucrats, like a small minority of a population whose job was more to just get paid to not die, get paid to write shit that people who have more power and more influence told them to do so they can get fucking food. And maybe if they're lucky, advise those people on what the right move would be. Have we been over the monthly report? I had to pause. No, we're going to do that right now. We're just talking about history, and I'll leave it off with this transition into Star Citizen. That has been my take in Star Citizen lore as well. It's always important to remember that everything we read in Star Citizen lore is from the perspective of somebody in the universe. There is no third-person omniscience writing for the Star Citizen universe, except for the stories. But even the stories are not canonical. They're not canon. They are in fiction stories about fictional events that happened in the game universe. So every single thing we read has a bias. And that bias is inherent in its delivery. Watching Star Watch, if you're reading Star Watch is all about the media atmosphere. It's about actors and, entertainment events and stuff like that. So they don't give a fuck about the Vanduul Wars unless it has to do specifically with a movie that's being made. So always keep that in mind when I'm talking about lore in Star Citizen. I'm talking about lore as I see it from the primary sources and then interpret it through my own experiences. Which is why I like Star Citizen lore, because it's one of the few lore pieces that lore, like world building, that doesn't hit you with, this is the God's eye view of what is right and what is wrong. Fuck you if you think it's, if you're wrong. There is a canon, like a religion, and you have to follow it. Very few, game companies would attempt to, or even any sort of IP would attempt to do something like that, where it's like, there is built-in bias. All right. Let's do this. So those of you who haven't seen me do this before, I am, for a capsule, I'm not going to talk to you chat. I'm going to be talking to the video. I might refer to chat every so often, but, and I will end the video with a sign off, or end the video with a sign off, but I won't end the stream. I'm just going to end the recording. And if you see me do something like what I'm doing is I'm counting down because I want to give about 10 to 20 seconds after I do the sign off and say, see something in the black, for the music to play out, so that's the outro for the YouTube video. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? Get your trolling fingers out. Get ready to get trolling. I got to actually turn off all of the alerts so we don't get raided and stuff. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Come join us live and chat here as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. And I say and more because we've talked about the ISC that was released this week. We talked a little bit about the controversy of CIG calling Stormbreaker exploration. And then we also went on a rant about World War II history and history in general, because I'm a history teacher by profession and have a degree in history. So passionate about that stuff. That's why I do lore. But without any further ado, today we're going to be looking at the monthly report from May 2025. Now, it's important to understand that I am going to read the whole thing from beginning to end, and I may have a little bit of embellishments here and there, kind of giving you an idea of what's being talked about, my own sort of running analysis. I haven't read this fully on my own until just now, but I believe it's important to read the whole thing word for word so you understand exactly what's being said and don't take just any analysis, shortened version for granted. So hopefully you can kick back, relax, grab something to drink, and let's jump right into the May 2025 monthly report. All right. Alpha 4.2 Stormbreaker is live in the public test universe. There's still a lot to do behind the scenes as the content gets pushed to the groundbreaking point in preparation for the live release. To the breaking point. Alongside patch fixes and other various changes, many teams touched on tech, locations, and updates coming later this year. Read on for more for all of the latest info. AI content. Now, before we get into the AI stuff, I do think it's important to understand that a lot of what AI content is stuff that I believe may be Squadron 42 based, not necessarily Star Citizen, even though they don't say Star Citizen or Squadron 42, they don't have them separate anymore. But a lot of what they've been doing is sort of updates to some of the things they've done in the past. So we'll just read through it. AI content continued to support Star Citizen's monthly release cadence. It was exciting to see the comms calls over the start to make their way into the game, as well as finally unveiling the news flash content around the landing zones. These little updates will help provide players updates about the events happening around the verse, the content team. As they continued to develop these features, the devs requested additional functionality to allow for new features, such as scheduling, as well as scope out work to make things like channels. AI content also continued to support the mission teams as they integrated new comms content alongside new lines for Wicklow. On larger scale initiatives, the team worked alongside combat AI to devise new collection of wildline triggers for combatants, and how they could, or whether they should, plug into the proposed line set for generic population NPCs. Ooh, that's interesting. So, for those of you who don't know, all of the population of the NPCs are supposed to have generic wild lines. Like, you should be able to walk up to them and talk to them, and they'll have something to say to you. Other games have done this in the past, and I believe CIG's plan long-term was to have all AI, all NPCs walking around like a landing zone or an area, if they're friendly, have a small conversation tree that you can go through, but it'll probably be very samey. The team also reviewed and standardized the trigger list used by behaviors across the game to ensure that there is a single list of context words that everyone is operating with. This will prevent confusion when building behaviors or structuring missions. AI features. In May, AI features ensured human combat is in optimal state for several key areas: ammo management and behavior, cover usage, first reactions and perception, attack and defend areas, investigations, grenade use, tactics, and medical behavior. The main focus is to stabilize and reach gold standard for each. If you've been playing especially with Hathor, the Hathor NPCs are a lot more advanced than other NPCs in the game. Especially like most of the FPS NPCs are a heck of a lot more advanced. I've experienced firsthand them picking up a better weapon and using it to suppress me, and then suppressing me into a corner and then throwing a grenade at me. So, and I'm sure some of you have also experienced this in the game as well. Again, it's depending on how well the servers are functioning, because like if you tried to play the latest Stormbreaker mission 4.2 PTU, you'll know that it's hot garbage, and the AI acts accordingly. But in other places, it's much better. So, in pursuit of the above, various issues were fixed, including NPCs looting ammo too close to hostiles, NPCs handling light switch disruption, and first reactions triggering simultaneously and putting all the AI into unresponsive state. A bug was also fixed that caused NPCs to incorrectly count ammo and evaluate remaining resources, causing them to loot more than necessary. I definitely saw that happen, where they would shoot an entire magazine and then immediately pick up a gun and start shooting that instead of using the entire magazines they have. Which they're supposed to. They have like 3 magazines. They're supposed to use all of the magazines before going for something else. Because they do use ammo. Various improvements were made too, including how NPCs select and use cover for shooting. They also made it easier to add new information to the AI weapon component debug, and improve the investigate flow to work better over a range of conditions with multiple NPCs at different awareness levels. Devs also customized the friendly fire check so that it can be balanced to give NPCs the desired behavior and prevent them from shooting when players feel they shouldn't. The Wildlines setup channel was updated to enable the devs to mute and suppress already queued lines after the death of an NPC, so they won't be shouting out from their grave. Defend area and combat movement queries were also updated to ensure NPCs don't get stuck in spawn closets. For example, if too many NPCs are set to enter a 3x6 area, they will get stuck. New tech and features were implemented too, including logic to prevent low to medium priority wildlines from triggering during track view sequences that NPCs are involved in. A lot of this stuff seems like they're working on this in May. A lot of these were issues that I've seen personally in 4.1.1. So maybe they're fixed in 4.2? I don't know. Logic was also added for switching to the aim target location to the visible element of the body while considering aiming priority, torso, then head. AI features also finished work to ensure NPCs animated correctly to animatedly react to compromised cover, cleaned up the NPC medic flow to make it more robust, and improved the visuals, added additional debugging to balance the first reaction times for audio and visual events, and added trait debugging to prevent conflicting behavior traits. So all AI have a series of traits. Each of these traits are randomized. So an AI spawns in, it can have several different traits attached to it. One of them is pusher, another is sniper, another is flanker, another is assault, another is soldier. Like, they have different traits. So you could have, say, for instance, an aggressive sniper who will constantly try to fire at you as much as possible, even though they're from a distance. And you could have like a cautious pusher who will push at you but try to use cover as they're pushing towards you. So what they're saying here is they're trying to prevent the behaviors that would be like a pusher sniper from being spawned. Because how can you be a pusher and a sniper at the same time? That means you would be moving in and trying to stay back, which doesn't work. So the AI can get sort of conflicted by it. But because they're randomly generated, that's possible to happen. They must not have like negating factors, or there may be some other factors which are more nuanced that don't always negate or they didn't think would negate, and they have been negating. Fix was added to place dead bodies to prevent them from causing the AI to react when, from a story perspective, they already existed in the world. Finally, for AI features, the team added audio proc clips to take down animations so that nearby AI are alerted. They also added debugging logging to distribute disturbance events to prevent AI from reacting before the level has started properly. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. In May, the Game Intelligence Development Team began work on the UI prototype for Mission System version 2, specifically the outline header design, including the mission object properties design, the outline infrastructure, and the generic outline panel. This also involved creating UI visuals for the outline with its components. Alongside this, the team also fixed small bugs that worked on feature requested by the game designers to improve StarScript. Interesting. So Mission System version 2 is still being worked on. I was under the impression that it was finished, but I guess it's not fully finished. Maybe the baseline features are finished and the additional features like AI stuff and other things just aren't added yet. Because the idea being that when this new mission system is in, it won't require dedicated designers. It could just be, a handful of people, 3 to 4 people in CIG, to just sit down and mock up a mission for easy use, so that they can just constantly pump out missions rather than having to have a dedicated UI team and AI team to kind of code things manually or to craft things manually for a specific event. AI tech. Last month, AI tech continued to improve how navigation links connect to external zones. The team are currently updating links that utilize motion warp, such as mantle or jumping down, to rely on specific metrics, which will enable them to be utilized by different categories of creatures. Updates were also made to the chase movement request to allow multiple destinations around bigger targets like ground vehicles or apex creatures. The first stage of ongoing improvements to 3D navigation was completed. This involved voxelizing custom areas and allowing them to define granularity. Currently, the voxelization data is being used to improve collision avoidance during AI ship flight, which was working okay. It's not great, but it works. The core work for serializing subsumption variables was completed, which is used for our network synchronization and the save and load mechanism. The subsumption conversation feature, a clustering algorithm was added to split participants into more meaningful groups. This group data will be used to create avoidance obstacles, meaning NPCs will be able to avoid others already in a conversation group. Oh yeah, because they do that already, where like you'll have like 2 people who are talking and then like 2 more people will show up and start talking, so you have a cacophony of like 4 people talking at once. On the tool side, multiple usability improvements were made to StarScript, such as allowing for bulk node deletion and discarding of invalid subplatforms when loading a platform or making a document as modified when reordering variables. Animation. The facial animation team recorded and processed content for upcoming releases for both new and existing mission givers, including Wicklow. They also continued to provide new voice packs that will populate generic NPCs throughout the verse and begin supporting the recently added newsflash content. Animations were developed for an upcoming creature too. Art characters. May saw the character art team progress with new creatures, a heavy armor, and gameplay rewards. They also kicked off a light armor. The concept team art prepared handoff sheets and explored future in-game armor rewards. Here's the big one. The one that's going to be on the thumbnail, because this is how people watch my stuff. Art ships. As usual, May was extremely busy for the vehicle content teams as they supported new releases, progressed with upcoming vehicles, and kicked off projects for the next year or so. In Europe, 4 unannounced ships progressed. The first officially entered production, while the second it progressed towards its upcoming white box review gate. The third continued down the production pipeline, with the artists currently waiting for feedback from the Laud Zero review. The fourth received considerable attention during its white box phase, particularly around the cockpit entry requirements, as it will receive entirely new enter and exit animations, something rarely done at this level. So, one of those is likely going to be in 4.2. Possibly the third. Well, it could be not. We'll see. Because they said the ICT isn't going to be sold, the Atlas Combat version. It's going to be only earnable in game. So we may have no ship for 4.2, which would be interesting. Maybe 4.2.1 with some of these, but. For the already announced ships, the Anvil Paladin progressed through Greybox, benefiting from the recent work on the Asgard to help speed up its creation. Consolidated Outland Pioneer continued its long and extensive white box phase. The sheer scale and complexity of the ship mean that it's a longer than normal phase. Content team. Then, after a short pause to help close out Invictus ships, work resumed on the Ironclad. This is something that I've been asked constantly from people. Where is the Ironclad? What's the Ironclad? Is it been canceled? Is it making it this year? So, last we heard it was in Greybox. This isn't specifically going to say anything about Greybox or anything else like that, but, who knows. With a focus on blocking out every room with the appropriate Drake kits. Somebody asked me, what are Drake kits? CIG makes kits of every ship they develop. So there's always some custom stuff they have to do for every ship. So they create some of that custom stuff, and that becomes like the Saber has its own kit. Now, if CIG wants to make an Aegis fighter, they might take some elements from the Saber kit and from the Gladius kit, or just from the generic Aegis kit that they have, which has different elements from different ships, and maybe scale them differently and such. And they'll try to use as much of that kit as possible to A, retain the same design style as Aegis has, and B, to make it easier to make the ship. So they don't have to custom mold new paneling for every ship. They can just copy and paste and modify a mold that already exists. And that's what allows them to create ships like the Asgard much faster than, say, the Banu Merchantman, because the Banu Merchantman has no kit. Its closest kit is the Defender, which doesn't have much. So the reason why we're seeing, Drake and Misk and RSI get all these work done is because they have large ships that need those kits to be done to make it easier to make the larger ships. That's one of the reasons why the Pioneer is taking probably much longer, because there is no kit for the Pioneer. It's the Nomad and the Mustang, which are tiny ships in comparison. Cockpits or kits, yeah. With the Guardian MX Live, the North American teams moved on to closing out upcoming variant for its impending release. With an upcoming variant for an impending release. Are we getting another Guardian variant? With the ship successfully passing its final review. Or maybe it's just a different variant. Okay, so that's what we're getting. We're getting whatever the team that worked on their MX is now working on. That North American team is now releasing a ship for 4.2. Whatever this is the 4.2 ship. Another unannounced vehicle passed its white box review following minor adjustments to its key mechanics. The RSI Apollo Medivac and Triage passed their gray box reviews, with the focus on ensuring each medbed module tier is distinct without being disruptively different to use. The RSI Perseus continued through gray box, ready for its gate review early this month. Hey, so that means that the Medivac is through its reviews. So that means they're going to go through their gate reviews next between Greybox and Laud Zero. And the Perseus is done. So it's going through its Laud Zero phase. Not done. It goes through its Laud Zero phase. That's its last gate. So once it hits the gate, it goes into Laud Zero, which is the step before final art, and then release. So it goes concept, production, white box, gray box, Laud Zero, final art, release. It's interesting because the Medivac, the Apollo specifically, we said they had to reconcept the medical modules because they're swappable, and the cockpit. That's the last month they said they were having some trouble with that. Apparently, they're good now, so it's good. All right. Community. The community team spent much of May breaking down community feedback / sentiment across all platforms and ensuring delivery to the right teams internally. The team published the save the date announcements, the Invictus Launch Week 2955, as well as providing Spectrum support with the informative guide and FAQ. They also advised the community of the new opportunity for Idris owners to name their ship and made players aware of the changes introduced with Alpha 411. Support for Invictus and the accompanying free flight also included multiple comm links, such as the manufacturer schedule, a referral bonus promotion, and QAs for the Greycat MTC, MX, and Anvil Asgard. The team also supported the social media selfie screenshot contest, which allowed players to show off their best looks at a variety of exotic locales around the verse. I like that. It's Yo-Yo Meg. I love it, especially with the double dog. Throughout May, the team connected with the community as part of the 2025 Bar Citizen World Tour. This included venues in the United States, Korea, China, Spain, Germany, and France. The team published an invitation for the upcoming International Bar Citizen 2025 and have plans to visit additional locations throughout the year. Correspondingly, submissions were announced for CitizenCon Direct watch parties that will pair with the camaraderie of the Bar Citizen with the energy of CitizenCon. The team is currently deep into planning for this year's event, which is shaping up to be a fun one. Finally, alongside evergreen tasks such as This Week in Star Citizen, the bi-weekly roadmap updates and roundups, monthly reports like this one, and the monthly refresh of the Arena Commander schedule, the community team supported the epic conclusion to the System 7 race series presented by Atmo Esports. Beijing. Yeah, so is Beijing. I love the, is that a Castic Arms? No, it's a Klaus inverter in the back. I like that. Oh, and Sandy was there. And Aaron. Sweet. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to be, it's just sort of a plug, but I'm one of the MCs for Quantum Vegas, which is if you've seen BCon or the Bar Citizen Beijing, the Chinese Bar Citizens, or Con 42, those sorts of large community events, we don't really have one in the United States. So community members and myself, so members of the community from various organizations, content creators, we got together and decided we wanted to do something in the United States. So we created Quantum Vegas, which is happening on July 12th. If you're watching this right now, you still have 5 days, so till June 10th, to get $99 tickets. So it's for 1 day at Area 15 in Las Vegas. So if you're in the United States, if you're nearby, come join us. Come, get a ticket and come join us. But we're hoping to make this an annual event. And I can say Sean Tracy's going to be there, Xylo's going to be there, Galactica's going to be there, and Sandy Gardner's going to be there. So we may have a few more people from CIG as well showing up to attend the event and to answer questions and stuff like that. But I'm going to be there. I know Love and G fan's going to be there. A couple of people are going to be there as well. So come join us there if you have a chance to. So, all right, core gameplay. Oh, and to find out information, quantumvegas.space. That's where you can also buy tickets. Core Gameplay are currently working through a long list of weapon improvements to further modernize the FPS experience for both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, including tweaking how disruptive weapon raising is to the flow of combat. Engineering and design collaborated to iterate on these improvements to provide more polished combat gameplay. Work on hacking continued. Whew, I had to pause there for a moment. Hacking? CIG takes the year of stability to basically build all of their features. Oh, okay. Work on hacking continued, which improved highlighting suggested abilities for certain gameplay situations. Abilities are now also disabled when they're not applicable for certain situations, to better explain hacking gameplay. The hacking terminal now also supports color-coded terminal output for better clarity. I've been playing a lot of Cyberpunk 2077. This sounds like quick hack. I suggested a while ago when they first introduced hacking that they should go, because it's inspired by cyberpunk media from the 80s, to just do a deck, have a classic hacking deck where you have programs that you run individually for specific situations. And the program itself that you run will depend on what you're facing. So a door may require certain types of programs you need to cycle through, because that's a little bit more engaging than just like, Pac-Man, which is what they originally was going to do. It seems a lot more intuitive than they were doing before, which is neat. Because it's talking about highlighting suggested abilities for certain gameplay situations. Abilities are now disabled when they're not applicable to specific situation to better explain hacking gameplay. So you get abilities for specific situations. That sounds like the quick hack situation from Cyberpunk 2077. So, yeah. And I need to get my cyber deck. I know it's an 80s thing, but everything in Star Citizen is super tape futurism sort of thing. So, but yeah, that's nuts. That's crazy. For engineering, the team reviewed feedback on and outstanding work before dividing the feature into smaller milestones. The first milestone primarily covers core gameplay mechanics, such as the engineering screen and its ability to manipulate power distribution and item states. Their recent internal review provided feedback and polish that will be addressed before the feature reaches players. The diagnostic screen also received new functionality and utility. Part of the ongoing quality of life. So, before I get that, engineering is now, we know this already, they've broken it up into smaller chunks, which is classic CIG. We're doing this big feature. It's 6 months late. We're breaking it up into 4 different smaller features, which are going to take a year to produce. It is what it is at this point, and that's saying something. At least it's coming out, Part of the ongoing quality of life initiative, core gameplay are working on improvements to the harvestable and loot systems. This is to address various performance issues and, more importantly, give the designers more control over how harvestables and loot are spawned. For Alpha 411, the devs enabled the ability for players to quantum travel to their own vehicles, which is received positively by the community. Item recovery is currently progressing with tasks for their Tier 1 progression. Oh, CIG, stop doing this. Oh. Are they working on Tier 1? for those of you who don't know, Tier 1 is very different from Tier 0. I think you have to purchase, you have to like request those items back. You don't just get them back on your respawn. And so there's a timer of a sort that to get them back. So there's like an element to it. But I believe Tier 1 is around where crafting has to be out there too. So part of the space combat focused content for Alpha 411, core gameplay supported design and tweaking and tuning recoil for vehicle weapons. In collaboration with SFX, VFX, and vehicle content, they made a concerted push to polish the combat experience in cockpits and turrets, and are hoping to expand this with more weapons soon. If you've done some space combat, I've noticed that the weapons are more thumpy. They have a thump to them. And if they're by your cockpit, they will shake your cockpit. Not annoyingly so, but it's definitely, you can feel the like oomph of the firing. An additional stepping stone towards the new vehicle radar and scanning system, changes are made to the information available to players before a ship is scanned. The team is currently reviewing the feedback that came from the change and are looking to implement improvements that smooth out that flow. The only issue with it currently is that it's really hard to scan because like the range is super short and you don't get a lot of feedback from the current scanning mechanic because it kind of goes up and then forward, like complete. I've noticed there's like a color change that can happen. Like when you're scanning something, when you're in scanning range, it becomes purple. And if you get close, if you start scanning, it'll turn gold. And then that gold will stay there. Basically means you're scanning it and you have to wait for the progress bar to go all the way up. But it doesn't really fully fill because it's kind of busted. But you just kind of have to know the system, which is very jank, which is why I'm sure a lot of people don't scan. The feedback I have is make sure we can zoom in and make it easier to basically scan on the fly. Quantum interdiction is also being reworked to be more compatible with server meshing, leveraging tech deployed for Alpha 4.1 to communicate across different volumes and different servers. This rework is primarily about reliability, not the mechanic itself. We recognize there's an imbalance between lawful and unlawful gameplay and want to ensure players on both ends have the tools needed to contend with others, or gameplay team. The recent work on control surfaces reached the major milestone, with most of the atmospheric flight model behaviors now in first pass implementation. As part of this, ships will now more accurately reflect expected flight behavior based on lift, drag, angle of attack, and other factors. Thrusters currently activate smoothly to compensate for different atmospheric densities, while hovering feels more natural. Hey, that's good. This is first pass, so they're going to have to work on it a little bit more, but they've been talking about this for a bit in the monthly reports and out of the monthly reports as well. This is effectively the return of hover mode, for those of you who remember hover mode. And they've said this recently, where like they don't want ships to be able to just tip down, straight down and fire. They want that to like cause your ship to overreact, because your front thrusters are never going to be as efficient as your back thrusters unless you have like VTOL, and even then VTOL is going to have to be in a certain position. So the goal is to mechanically force you to move to be able to get an angle rather than just straight down. I skipped the one that's just about the ICT. No, I'm not seeing. Oh, I did. The team also wrapped up work on the new Argo ATLS ICT and Geo ICT, both of which support weapons instead of their utility attachments. Additional bug fixes and polish are underway, but the team is excited for further expansion on the ATLS platform and provide players with more options on the battlefield. Very cool. Yeah, I was so blown away by hacking, but we also know about the ICT because it's in 4.2. So the core gameplay team fixed numerous issues related to cargo crates intersecting with each other, alongside the ability to retrieve multiple vehicles from a hangar. Players now also receive a warning when their ship accumulates distortion damage. For upcoming gameplay, medical beds now heal radiation damage. A pass was also done to ensure players receive proper visual feedback on radiation in the environment. Transit rework, initially referred to as the transit transport system, continued toward the first playable version for internal validation. The team moved transport from push system to serialized variables on the transport manager for improved reliability. To validate the new system, designed, trialed the transport system in the new Babbage Habs. They're currently addressing feedback and issuing resulting from the test, and issues resulting from the test. So it's called the transport system now rather than the transit rework. Okay. The Apex Valacar core gameplay supported the character and AI teams on multiple fronts. For example, the irradiated Apex Valacar's projectiles now spawn hazard volumes that damage the player over time. The Apex creature also spawns a, quote, molehill, unquote, where it exits and enters the ground. FPS radar and scanning also progressed. The devs can now specify if contracts should remain visible for extended periods after they have been first scanned, which is useful for designers in curated situations. Additionally, they can now reduce the signatures of a contact if it's considered dead. For example, dead NPCs are no longer detectable from the same distances as living ones. As part of the upcoming patch release, a lot of feedback was received around the reliability and quality of new comms notifications. As a result, the team is working through various improvements to ensure mission givers appear as they are at their best and don't awkwardly look at the players. One of the things that's weird is that you can tell with the new guy for Foxwell. He's clearly reading off a script. You can see his eyes move over the script as he's talking. And he's just like, it's so awkward when he's like reading from the script. It's clear they just pulled that raw data in because it's clear that the actor was reading from the script and just trying not to move their head because, like, you know, capture. Like, you need to add a little bit more animation to that head. Finally, for core gameplay, the team are currently supporting an upcoming global event, including new ways to track and display player progress. Okay. Looking forward to that. Lighting. Lighting supported all the recent upcoming patch releases, including adding environmental and dynamic lighting to interactable event locations and pyro. Locations team continue to support ongoing monthly content releases. Last month, there was a particular focus on Invictus launch week, and with the devs looking forward to releases in July and August alongside updates to Wicklow. Narrative, my bread and butter. May brought it with a fury of activity from the narrative team. Top of the month saw them tracking bugs found in Alpha 4.1.1 PTU in preparation for the patch's full release. Simultaneously, members of the team finalized new content that will be heavily narrative focused and even feature audio recordings for players to discover. That's probably the Stormbreaker stuff. Beyond that, dozens of new mission contractors were created for upcoming gameplay, not only provide players with critical information, but a sense of character as well. The writers also worked on scripts for new mission providers who will be making an appearance later this year. Because of the time involved with writing, recording, and processing performances, there's an interesting balance of locking down a script while allowing for the design team to continue refining the gameplay as they continue to develop it. This often means that we now record alternate lines that would be useful in cases of the scope or design of a new mission needs to be adjusted closer to release. Narrative team. Okay. So this is an example of one of the things I bring up in my streams a lot, which is CIG sort of learning how to make this content. And by that, I don't mean like CIG doesn't know how to make games. A lot of those developers are expert at making games, but they're learning how to make Star Citizen. And in this case, it's like the flow. How do you, as somebody who writes videos and like records them and like, puts them on the internet, I know that there's a process that I've used for my flow for writing, reading, like editing and posting. And I have to adjust that if I want to start to hit a specific milestone. So right now I'm working on an improved flow so that I can post more videos more frequently so that y'all can be entertained, but also the algorithm doesn't forget me. So part of that is learning how to write, what I can cut, what I can't cut, and what I can utilize, when I can utilize, you know, content that already exists, that I've already written, and also a lot of other factors. What they're saying here is they're recording more lines than usual because they may need to change the gameplay, but they won't have a chance to bring that actor back to record more lines and their, you know, visual stuff because it's expensive. So They don't want to like record a bunch of stuff, have the mission be designed, and then have to bring that actor back to record it again. They'd rather just get as much as they can. So they're covering as more bases a lot more equally than otherwise. That makes sense. Finally, the team solidified the story plans for next year, taking in the initial high-level outline and pulling in more details to help other teams continue with their planning. I am interested to know if the story plans are based off of what's available. It has to be, right? They have to be based off of what CIG thinks is going to be working in the game, rather than based off of whatever story they want to tell. Online technology. In May, the network team continued to work on dynamic server meshing. Hey, dynamic server meshing. There we go. Separating the DGS assignment from the territory manager. The objective is to base territory runtime distribution on several factors, including entity and player distribution and overall shard occupancy. Subsequent work will remove territories from the equation altogether, allowing compute resources to be deployed exactly as they're needed. I remember lots of people, specifically Benoit himself, saying that the team would have liked to have just skipped dynamic meshing altogether, or skipped static meshing altogether and went straight to dynamic. But I'm guessing they found a lot of good, but they also knew that the process is important. And it's clear they found a bunch of stuff they needed to fix in static before they could get to dynamic. So glad that they're working on dynamics. This is the first time they've talked about dynamic since CitizenCon, basically. It sounds like they're not too far away from getting it done. My guess would be another 3 to 6 months, so probably by the end of the year, we'll have dynamic in. Live Tools team worked on improving moderation tools to provide a better user experience for everyone. They also improved the solution that allows for the publishing team to schedule in-game messages and continue to add smaller improvements to the various tools used across development. New infrastructure was deployed to better handle game crashes and errors too. Online services continue to work on the item imprint system, including the design aspects that progressed with the diffusion removal to lay the groundwork for social refactor. Online services also continue to help fix various issues that were discovered by players alongside minor improvements to the mission system tools. So online technology has been working on a lot of the social stuff as well. They've been working on it for the last couple of months. So small updates to the social system have begun, including some back-end work, some infrastructure work that they've been working on. Hopefully by the end of the year. UI. In May, the team completed UI for an upcoming event, creating various screens to support narrative and gameplay. Once completed, the design teams kicked off a plan for the next one. The new Mirai UI was also finished, which the team kept quiet until the launch of the Guardian MX. Mirai uses vibrant colors and dynamic shapes, which were great fun to work on, and mark an interesting departure from the retro sci-fi look of our other styles, like Drake and Aegis UI team. The new layout and shapes were challenged to implement with this existing setup, so the team assessed the problems and rewrote the UI core to make it easier to create more interesting styles in the future. Elsewhere, performance improvements continued with the team investigating spreading UI processing across multiple cores. Visual prototypes were also worked on for some interesting but currently confidential 3D interactive UIs to replace one of the older systems in the game. Scanning. Almost certainly that's scanning. Literally here for scanning. Like, come on. I mean, obviously this is the Guardian, but scanning. And that's it. But very interesting. So the big takeaways, hacking is being worked on, scanning is still being worked on, engineering has been broken up into smaller chunks, dynamic server meshing is being worked on. The narrative is already finished working on their new the locking down the story for next year, so they know what the story is going to be. They also, all of the mission contractors are getting their actors now. So when you take a mission, you'll get like voice lines and a character talking to you, like we have now with some of those ones. So all of those are getting them done, and they're improving that. Let's see if anything else wins. The transit rework is now called the transport system. It's being reworked. Hacking. I don't know if I said that already. Hacking is being worked on. FPS stuff is being worked on. For ships, we've got the Pioneer, the Ironclad, the Apollo Medivac, and the Perseus all being worked on, plus 5 ships, one that's going to be released probably in 4.2, and 4 ships which are in the various stages of development, which are not been announced yet. And the 5th, that one of those that's done is a variant, apparently. Yeah. And the AI is getting sort of polishes and bugs. Like the FPS is going for gold standard. So they're doing their gold standard final version of FPS AI soon. And they'll definitely tell that. So, as always, I want to hear your thoughts on anything we read down below. Am I like hopium for saying things like DGS is, or dynamic server meshing is coming sooner than later, and Ironclad's coming this year, and Perseus is coming this year, all those sorts of things? Let me know in the comments below. As always, if you did enjoy this, hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Join us live, again, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love to have you join chat here who's going to lie to you and tell you this is live. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Question: what's the thought on people being mad about ICT being earned in game and not in store? I saw that they said that in the IC today and got so excited. People will get mad at anything. That's the problem with the Star Citizen community, is that there's definitely some things that are legitimately okay to get mad about. The whole like Flight Blade stuff. A lot of people have different reasons for being mad, but I think the general sense that people are mad about is stop locking fucking like new features behind a paywall. CIG, let us earn shit in game. But the problem is that people get mad about bullshit all the time, and so when people get mad about bullshit and they make a big deal about it on the internet, most people just ignore it as noise. Like we were talking about earlier today, people were mad that CIG said that Stormbreaker was exploration. It's like, I mean, it is in the context of what they were talking about, because they didn't just say exploration gameplay, they elaborated what they meant. But a lot of people are like, this isn't exploration gameplay I was promised. And it's like, that's not what they meant. So, like, people are going to be mad about anything. I think it's great. I think it's personally amazing to have the ICT be only available in game and you have to earn it. I think a lot of people who are mad about it are probably mad because CIG is doing the normal CIG thing and going, hey, to get the ICT, you need to do our shiny new event, which is PvP based. The people who don't want to do PvP but want to get a combat mech are going to be pissed because they're like, I don't want to have to do your stupid fucking like weird game thing, which I don't want to do, but I want this, so I want to pay for it. Please let me pay for it. But I personally think the reason why CIG isn't letting people buying the ICT is because the ICT is not going to be worth money. You know, it is going to be worth money. The Titan suit. I think they're going to sell the Titan suit before the end of this year. The combat Titan suit that they have made for Squadron 42, the Virgil limited version. And whatever they sell is going to be one of many different versions they'll have. Why would you want a combat mech and be mad if you have to PvP? Because combat doesn't necessarily mean PvP. Combat could also mean PvE. I mean, the Titan's probably finished. It's just not ready for Star Citizen. It's done for Squadron 42. And it's clear, like, I'm pretty sure I know who built the ICT, because the same person who talked about the ICT online is the person who made the Starlancer. And I know Adam well enough to know that he's a big orc player and enjoys him some stompy robots. So, like, the Ikti is straight up a kill-a-can. It's an orc kill-a-can. And it was probably done as sort of a fun lark that they worked on, because it's like, they already have this available. Let's put guns on this bitch. Yeah, and you can also, the weapon. Would you like Banu weapon? If we sell everything, then everything new needs to be better than the previous sell. The game will be sucked into a power creep and will eventually die. I agree. Hey, Griffin. I plugged Quantum in Vegas earlier today, so you know. Well, I love that you could bring in player economy, more people playing, buying quant and helmets left and right. Adding things like supplies for Ikti will be great for needing trading tools. I mean, Idiocracy, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna have a fucking company of Iktis. I'm gonna have at least 5 regular, hopefully 10, and at least 5 Geos, jumpy Iktis. Hey, Becky! Sorry, I literally was just coming back from... Oh, thank you so much. Welcome everyone from Becky's stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Sit back on the racks, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Coming towards the end of the stream, but you're welcome here. We have a couple of things. News that I just learned about. Did you know that CIG is actively working on hacking gameplay? Not only are they working on hacking gameplay, but they're working on... They've broken up engineering into smaller chunks, with the first one being ready probably before the end of the month. They've been actively working on scanning gameplay for ships, which is one of the reasons why they did a bunch of these updates. Gosh, what was the other ones? Crazy. Quantum interdiction is being reworked. Oh, control surfaces are done in their first pass. You're gonna do disgusting things for that XD. Listen, in every game where there's a mech, if it's an optional option, I learned to get good in it. I am going to become the most terrifying Ikti pilot you have ever seen. I'm about to go straight Amino Ray in this bitch. You can just call me, fucking, the Red Comet. When I come into that, I will be very good. Hacking? Yeah, hacking. Not only is it hacking, let me read off the hacking to you. This is a monthly report thing. It's not in the ISC. Tell me if this sounds right, because I know you're a game developer. So the way I'm thinking about this, I'm kind of locked into the cyberpunk mindset because I've been playing 2077 when I had a chance to. So this sounds very much like this quick hack system from 2077, but work on hacking continued, which involved highlighting suggested abilities for certain gameplay situations. Abilities are now disabled when they're not applicable in a specific situation to better explain hacking gameplay. The hacking terminal now also supports color-coded terminal output for better clarity. That sounds like a hacking deck to me. Like you have specific programs for specific situations, and you pull out those programs to apply to those situations. Why don't I hear boss music and Paul just superhero lands in the middle of a field? One of the few things I want to be known for in this game is to be a professional Titan suit pilot. I want to be the Avenger 1 of Titan suit piloting. Hey, I just watched a video showing off the new scanning UI in the patch that just dropped. It's much better signal strength UI, percentages for scanning completion, clear explanations of scanning arc. Nice. That's good. That's probably what they've been working on, because they have been working on scanning gameplay improvements. Doesn't the wiki have hacking devices? Yeah, I mean, we've got the hacking cards, which we currently use. Like the, what's it called? Like they're like basically like hacking spikes, but those are different. Getting the Eva, Paul. You only have to tell me twice. Poet showed up? Hey, Poets. Right, the Titan is the full-on high-end product. This is the Temu off-brand. Yeah. This is clearly a budget version of a combat Titan suit. And I fully expect the ICT to be a boss battle for bad guys. Like, there's going to be a point where we're going to have to face down like a pirate boss in an ICT in a closed arena. You know, some like the end of Siege of Orison, that sort of situation where you have to like get the leader and kill them. They're gonna be in a fucking ICT. Like, better hope you got, you know, railguns. Notice they're called the Geo ICT. Yeah, because it's just a Geo. What's the joke about saxophones? Oh, right. Yeah, I get that. I get it now. Like, I fully expect it to be a weird ICT, like, to be like an ICT that has like a shield on it that you have to like destroy like its shield emitters somewhere, like that are beaming the shield on it, kind of like the power armor fight in Fallout 4 for Nuka World. It'd be like that boss fight, the boss state, right? They demoed in Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, with Atom Smasher? Yeah. Yeah, you notice it's called the Geo ICT. It's because they're not actual production models. Argo doesn't make these. These are aftermarket kits that are designed to work with what they have. Can you swap it to the cannon and the ICT for the distortion cannon? Apparently you can swap out the guns, because they said that they did something where you could swap it out recently. I don't know if you can swap them out fully, but I think you have to do it with the tractor beam. It's a killdozer. Atlas, yeah. I mean, it already uses size 1 bulldogs. Like, you're gonna kill anything with the size 1 bulldog. That'll kill a player in like 2 shots. Dead on. It's a backyard special, yeah. And I fully expect versions of the ICT to exist, which are only used by like outlaws. Heavier armor, maybe swapping out 2 guns for a single gun, but it's a bigger gun. Putting like a gun on the back other than the arms, because they already have the motion. They have everything they need in terms of the skeletal work, the rig for the work. It's just how can they make things go crazy? And I fully expect like there to be versions of like shotgun versus distortion versus, you know, maybe one with a power pack. I mean, the ICT Geo, the jumpy, I'm going to call it the jumpy ICT. That screams boss battle. Because anyone who's used a Geo knows those things are fucking maneuverable. When you hit those jump backs on, you can just zip. So being able to just like boost backwards or sideways or wherever you need to go, it's not like super insane boost, but it's enough to throw off an aim of a charged railgun. Yeah, melee, chainsword. Plus, of course, the most dangerous weapon, if you could put some fucking jump jets on that bastard, which is the Highlander burial maneuver. Because suddenly the boss is playing fucking Super Mario Brothers and you're a Goomba. The Titan was designed by the survivors of Virgil, right? After they had to deal with the Vandal firsthand. Yep. Virgil Ltd. It's mentioned that the Titan suit is a modification or sort of a, not a modification, but a evolution of industrial Titan suits. So while it's implied that the Virgil Ltd. Titan suit is the first combat Titan suit. Before this, it was only used for industrial purposes. One day we'll get that Virgil suit. We'll get that this year. I firmly believe we're going to get the Virgil suit this year. Death from above. Yes. Maybe me, Fenrir. I did an entire video, both on Titan suits and on Virgil. Oh, I did a video on, yeah, and the fall of Virgil, which explains both of those. I love the Children of Cyrene because they're Cadian coded. They're Cadian shock troops. As the, you know, in military sci-fi communities, everyone's like, hey, you know, remember Reach, Cadia stands, in Star Citizen, it's Avenge Cyrene. They're psychotic. So, the people from Cyrene, the Children of Cyrene are, they can hold a fucking grudge. This is no longer like we lost our home. It's now like nothing short of complete Vandal genocide will satisfy somebody who's descended from Cyrene. Like, this is not a war anymore. This isn't even a personal vendetta. This is a crusade. The second I saw the ridiculousness that was the Steel, I said, that's the most Squadron 42 FPS boss battleship I've ever seen. Yeah, it's definitely it's for sure an FPS like troop transport for either Squad 42, if not for Star Citizen. The planet fell before the guard did. Yep. The planet broke before the guard did. Yeah, the dwarves of Star Citizen is a good way of putting it. Yeah. There's a cold rage of the children of Cyrene, though. They're not like frothing at the mouth. It's like Vandul. It's like they see a Vandul. They're calculating how many ways they can remove the limbs of the Vandul and still keep it alive so it can feel its slow, inevitable decline. Like, a Vandul ship being destroyed makes them feel better, but not as good as an entire fleet. But still not quite as much as, an entire planet. I swear, every single character who I've ever read in lore who's from Cyrene is insane. That would make sense, Ozma. I actually, my theory was that like they made the steel because people like me kept saying make a drop ship out of the Cutlass. It'd be funny. Yeah, no, the Virgil suit is supposed to be appearing in Squad 42. Not only has it been mentioned in Squad 42 monthly reports, it's also showed up in the files. In the 3.23 files, the initial release of 3.23 into Evocati, when players pulled the files, one of them is just Titan suit. Some of the lines were just Titan suit. And this was after the ATLS was already in the game, which had its own code, ATLS. This was just called Titan Suit, and one of the lines for animations, I guess, I don't know, one of the things they found in the files was ATLS was a Titan Suit melee, which we know that the ATLS doesn't have a melee. So, yeah. Wonder why it's not in the PE yet? Because it's not ready for Star Citizen. Same reason why quantum travel or the new quantum travel and the new quantum boost isn't in the game yet. It's just like it needs other things to be able to make it function in Star Citizen, which is a multiplayer game. Oh yeah, no. Let me pull up. Whenever it's brought up, it's gonna be brought up a lot more often these days. Love this one. So this is the original concept art. Now, there are some elements of this which remain. Specifically, you can see the way that the legs are created. This is very similar to the ATLS. You can actually kind of see the grooves here where like you kind of slide down so that it kind of goes into a compact mode. And you also notice that there's a hand here and there's no hand here, which sort of corresponds with like the ATLS having like on the left hand has its main tractor beam or mining tool, and then on the right is nothing. So, which is sort of a stub, which seems to be where this was. And then this seems to be a later one where you can see it's a lot more industrial compared to the original one, and you can see that same thing. Fist on the left, stub on the right. And you can see the way that the control toggles are. This is very much more. This feels more like what you would see, what was actually built for Squadron. And this is the original concept art. Like this is sort of like the advanced concept art. You kind of see the same thing here. Only they have the two arms on either side, two hands. I think this was the original one. This was the evolution of that, and it was based. These are both based off of this. Because we don't see any backpack elements outside of this image. What do you think about the F7X and the F8X? They're cool. They're designed for Squadron. To be fair, most people in the universe who interact honestly with the Star Citizen universe are insane. That's true. So wait, is the Titan suit and Atlas two separate lines of exosuits, or are they Titans just a further expansion of the Atlas frame? So as far as we know, Titan suit is the catch-all term for them. So whatever was the origin of the exosuits was called the Titan suit, likely. And it became the kind of catchphrase, the brand name for all of the exoskeleton suits that would come afterwards. This is almost certainly a recent development, whereas the ATLS is likely an older model. Maybe more recent, like the 29th century, but it is mentioned that this was built using the information and the lessons from industrial Titan suits, which existed beforehand. So, and I'm calling it the Titan suit because that's what it's called, but in fiction, last I checked, it was called the Zeus system, which is confusing as fuck. I doubt it's going to be called the Virgil Zeus. It'll probably be called something else, but yeah. Yeah, Band-Aid, Kleenex, dumpster. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell, second gig mech suits, very similar to Cyberpunk mech suits. Like Cyberpunk 2077 has some of these sort of like robots, which are very similar to this, and has similar like exoskeleton suits, max suits from PlanetSide. Appleseed, you know, they're not mechs, they're exoskeleton suits, but they ride that line between mech and exosuit. These are kind of like the Star Citizen equivalent of elementals, or the Fallout 4 power armor. The Minotaur from No Man's Sky, yeah. Being able to craft and upgrade suits would be cool. So cool. The copium is pumping. Yeah, you should be able to build these on your own. I want it so bad. I do too. I do too. I'm covering that we'll see the Zeus system this year. I know that it's 2026 or 27 release. I think we'll see it this year. I think we'll see the Zeus system, the Virgil suit. I think it'll be this year. It may be the end of the year, but I think it's going to be this year. There's the only reason why they continue to pump out ATLS platform is because they're making more for it. Like you said before, just give us a Gundam. We need small mechs, 20-foot tall mechs, you know, something that you could feasibly fit onto a Hercules. Nothing huge, but, you know, something that would be the equivalent of a walking fighter, like a F8, but like on legs. Oh yeah, there's no way. The way that games work is you're almost certainly never going to see a bespoke unit like the Titan suits, like the ATLS, is not going to be the only ATLS. One of the reasons why they're doing multiple variants is because it's just easier to do the variants than it is to do swappable stuff. But we're also going to likely see Virgil will do one. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw other armor manufacturers make them, like Castak Arms or Bearing. Well, the Bearing just do it. Or Clark Defense Systems. And maybe even companies like Drake or Consolidated Outland. You can see them get into it. Anvil. No, probably not Anvil. So, like these... And they'll probably have different versions. Like there'll be the Siege Breaker versus the, you know, like Scout and Sniper. And they'll just be different versions or different combat roles or different industrial roles that'll exist. Because they've already built the animation rig. They built the animation rig for the ATLS, which is probably going to be used by the Zeus system. Though I'm guessing the Zeus system is going to be a little bit more maneuverable. Probably even with like thrusters and stuff on it. But it's still going to be slower than a person. They released the ICT alongside Air Irradiated, maybe the Zeus system along the Daymar Apex. My hope, this is just my hopium, is they release the Zeus alongside the Whip Crab, or the Prowler. No, what are they called? Stalker. The Stalker. Because the Stalker would be about the same size as an ATLS or the Zeus. There's also the Prowler variant, which people think is for the ICT, but yeah, maybe not. Or the guys that made the snubs on the Connie, what are they called again? Oh, Kruger. Yeah, I can see Kruger doing that. I want a slightly larger mech with a size 9 railgun a la Hollander. No, you're never going to get that. You get like a 20, 30 foot tall, like a mech that's the size of a freelancer put up on its back, or a Cutlass put up on its back. So it was like, just if its butt was down and its nose was up here, it'd be that kind of thing. And it'll carry whatever weapons those ships can carry. Like at most, you'll be able to carry like a size 7. But it probably wouldn't be even that big. You'll probably see something more like the size of a fighter, like an Aurora, or a little bit bigger than that in terms of like its length, but tipped up. Because if they make something big like that, they will have to be able to transport it, like in game. Like there'll be a logistical transport. So they'll either have to condense and then be able to be transported, or have some sort of like transport system that they can load onto. Like in most Gundam series, it's like a truck. Like they can put them on the back of a truck. I thought Chris doesn't like big mechs. He doesn't, which is why we're not going to get the larger mechs. But I still say that A, 80s sci-fi loves its fucking mechs, and B, mechs are cool. And one of the problems that CIG has is, how do you balance ships with ground gameplay? Because ships have so much more advantages than vehicles on the ground. Even tanks don't really have nearly as much advantage as ships do. They have to be a lot more bespoke. It's a lot harder to like swap out for unique weapons and armaments, but ships have that ability on the fly. The answer to me is make ships that walk. Because if you rig it up like you rigged up the ATLS, which is bigger, and you give them support for, bigger weapons, then yeah, they're going to be easier to hit. But they've got the shields of a, fighter. So like a fighter is going to have to deal with it, while it also has to fly differently than everything else. Robojax is cool, yeah. So Robotech, but not transformable ships, because we're not going to see that. That's cool, but I don't think we'll see that. That's just too complicated. But yeah, that sort of style. Because I think in gameplay perspective, that works. And I'm not talking about, like, for those of you who know Battletech, like Atlas scale. We're not going to see assault mechs or even large or medium mechs in the Star Citizen universe. It would have to be around 20 feet tall, which is 6 meters? Yeah, 6 meters tall. And to put that in perspective, the F-8C Lightning is 26 meters in length. It's 8 meters tall. So this would still be shorter than a fucking F-8. Amsuits from Avatar. Yeah, the Patriot from Helldivers. Something you actually pilot. And they've already teased that with the Storm. The Storm is a mech without legs. And inefficient as fuck, but Yeah, the suits from the Matrix. That's kind of what the Titan suits are. They're sort of that suit, those suits from the Matrix. Just smaller in scale. Let me look up the Gladius. The Gladius is 21 meters long. God, it's huge. An Anvil Argo collab, tractor the big boy and up the grid, transport away. If they were going to make scale mechs, like 6 meter tall mechs, I would say they probably need to, like 6 to 8 meters, maybe. They'd probably need to have a completely new manufacturer build those. And they'd probably have to partner with, Argo or Crusader to be able to transport. There you go. Dreadnought like mech where you're encapped, getting implanted in a mech. My solution to that problem is about the size of a Pisces. Is the Pisces that big? Pisces is 13 meters long, so slightly shorter than a Pisces. Yeah.
SCAP, super chatted $4.99. The Storm is a POS that condemns its drivers to an eventual violent and unnecessary end.
That's true. I don't like it. Krakens can have them on decks, yeah. But I mean, like, Krakens aren't military vehicles. And like I can narratively explain why you would have those. One, they weren't originally combat vessels. They were originally construction ships or construction vehicles. Because why would you need something 6 foot tall? Because you wouldn't want to have to carry a crane everywhere when you can have something that can be a crane, like a bulldozer. These serve multiple roles with just tools, just attachment tools you can swap out. And because they can be condensed and move around, they can, easily be transported. And they can move on any sort of terrain. And because space science fiction bullshit, they can also have like shields and other things like that to keep them up and more power. Any news on that new flight model? Yes, actually. They just finished their first pass of what is it called? Of the control surfaces. So they're going through a review of it right now to see what they need to change and such. It's a walking forklift, yeah. And it's that big, it's designed for warehouses. And, whatever company decided to put guns on it was like, hey, I can kill things with you. And its main use is with the army. Because the UE army needs love. That would be perfect. Do you think CIG will continue the ship-specific flight performance blades, or do you think these are precursor for generic ones or overclocking gameplay? If they're a precursor, then which one? They sold them. No, that's the flight blades we're getting. They're going to be ship-specific. They're going to be generic, but ship-specific. Because it's easier for them to, tweak them. Because if they can tweak them for individual ships rather than having to make them generic, because if you have a generic 3% boost across the board for all small ships, like size 1 ships, size 1 things, that's a big difference. 3% boost for a Arrow is very different from a 3% boost for a MPUV. So that they need a little bit more micro adjustments on those. But at least they work on the ship series rather than just individual variants. I mean, they could probably have implemented it across all small ships, but they decided not to. Didn't they sell MPUV blades? It's such a weird thing to sell. Thanks for streaming tonight, Paul. Enjoy the history talk. Thanks for going through the monthly report and the additional chat. Thank you for coming in, Kin. Even the Hammerhead got blades, I think. Ooh, interesting. I thought it was all smaller ships. We're going to wrap this up here. I bought with StorePet at the MPU blades for the paint. We'll wrap this up because I've been going for 4 hours. I'm surprised I was able to go for 4 hours. I was thinking I was going to have to cut it out around closer to the end of 3, but let's see. Ooh. Oh. I'll be back tomorrow at around the same time. If you have Jump Ship, feel free to join me for Jump Ship. I'm going to try that out for a couple of hours. On Friday, And then on Saturday, I still have to put together a team. But I think I'll talk about how CIG will do raids and dungeons, and like what we're currently seeing with the Stormbreaker and the Align in Mind, those like sandbox events or sandbox activities, how those relate to what is CIG's vision of what would MMO players would consider a raid or a dungeon, and how could that work? Sunday we'll be releasing. I'll be doing a league expedition. This will be a closed league expedition, so it's only for members of the league. We'll probably be doing not Relic Expedition specifically. We're probably doing one of the events, but I'll keep you updated on what happens. And then on Monday at noon, because I have day off, so why not? I'll be doing my Zero to Hero run. So make sure you check that out. On this Saturday, I am releasing the latest lore video. I just literally finished it before this stream. It's going to go up for Patreons and members right now. I'm going to put together a thumbnail and put it up for all y'all so you can watch it. And then on tomorrow, I'm also going to be releasing the monthly report that we just recorded. So that will be out tomorrow for the AstroPub. Then Saturday will be the Astro Historian, and then Sunday will be the Captain's Table release. That kind of thing. And then again, I'm going to have another video up, which will be the miscellaneous ships of the UEE Navy. That will be out next Wednesday, hopefully, for the lore. And maybe I'll have another video out for, I'll have my review of the Drake Cutter out next week. Probably more out, probably earlier that week. But the lore video will be out for members and Patreons on that Wednesday, and then it won't be out until like not next week, but the week after next. So like the third week of June for everybody else. So my goal is to try to get 1 to 2 videos done a week, and then sort of space them out over the process of months, so that I don't cannibalize my own videos, but also it sets a nice tone for, at least for the Astro Historian is going to have 2 videos a month publicly, and then the AstroPub should have 1 video a week, hopefully. So. Hey, thanks for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I will be going to bed. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.